Okay.
I don't know why I can't.
Can you hear me?
I can literally hear myself.
Yeah, I think it's you.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Okay, it should be better now. Sometimes my audio's been really weird recently, so I'll try and figure out what's been going on there. But it should be fixed now. If it cuts out, just let me know in the comment section, and I'll fix it really quick. Everyone, it's a simple, quick fix. It's literally plug back in the cable. That's it. The other person can join back, by the way, everyone, or the other person can join back if they heard. We're going to start getting some debates up again. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, chat. Now I can't... Now this is really becoming an issue because I can't hear them. I'm so sorry that it's happening like this, everyone. Give me 1 second. It could just be a thing on TikTok real quick. The audio is my... Huh. Okay, can everyone hear me now? It must be something with my audio. I really don't know what it is completely. I'm really sorry that this is happening. It's been happening the past 2 days. Just randomly. I don't know why. I hope it doesn't continue. I literally couldn't hear something. Let me play back my own stream, make sure I can hear myself. How's everybody doing today? Okay, I cannot. That's an issue. That's an issue. I probably do have to reinstall drives. I just can't do that mid-stream right now. So let me try and fix this real quick. You share the live, it will help get it out to more people. Hear myself. We're gonna... I wonder why this is happening. I might have to... Okay, let me see if it works now. Soon, only send a... There we go, I hear it now. Okay, okay, I don't know. I'll figure it out. I don't know what it was. I can hear now, so... I apologize, everyone. Technical difficulties. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Late 20s.
What's your birth year?
96.
For sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I'd vote for Trump again.
Okay, why is that?
One, he just had a better presence than Ms. Harris, and his foreign policy, at least in his first term, was better. I felt like he was what we needed at the time. Truthfully, I'm honestly regretting a little bit of it, but yeah, well, you reap what you sow, right? At least down here, there's some stuff going on that I don't agree with, so it is what it is.
So if you're regretting your vote, meaning that like you wouldn't vote for Donald Trump if you could go back in time, right?
Oh yeah, but definitely not for Harris.
Okay, all right. Well, then it seems like you don't support Donald Trump based upon the standards that I'm applying to the live. So hopefully I can convince you. You should watch the live streams. Hopefully I can convince you that way. Otherwise, I'm going to go into the next person and debate them specifically on a topic. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yup.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2006.
2006. What month?
November.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Why so?
Because he's deporting all the criminals.
So is he going to deport himself?
No, all the ones that cross the border illegally.
Well, he's a criminal. So you're saying just people who come to the country undocumented. Do you think that he has to uphold due process when deporting people?
Yeah, but he's doing that.
No, he's not. He himself said specifically that he doesn't think that he has to uphold due process because it would take too long to go through the context of the court process, right? And it would cost too much, which would actually justify coming into the country undocumented.
I mean, he's kind of right though. It's like imagine taking millions of people to court. Like that would cost a lot.
Okay, it also costs a lot to go through the legal process of immigration, and it takes a long time to go through the legal process of immigration. Therefore,
Well,
it would be
then make it
justified
better.
to come into the
Make it
country
even better.
undocumented, right?
And just make the system better.
Okay, well, we need to do that. Until we do that, it would be justified specifically to engage in the legal process or come to the country undocumented, as long as you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
But crossing the border is a crime in itself.
Okay. I never said that that's a bad crime, though. Right? It's going to be a crime the same way that, like, jaywalking in certain instances is a crime.
So who cares about jaywalking?
Exactly.
What do you mean exactly, bro?
Exactly. Like,
Explain.
just because something's like against the law doesn't mean it's necessarily bad, right? For someone to violate that law, and it
Yes.
doesn't mean that we would always punish them specifically for breaking that law. Like, for example, if someone jaywalks and it is the case that it is not a threat to anyone's safety, should they be punished?
If a cop sees it, yeah, sure.
Okay. Why? Why should they be punished?
Because it's against the law.
So,
So you shouldn't be able to do it. It's bad.
but like, if it wasn't a threat to the safety, why would it be something that should be enforced?
I mean, ask that to the person who made the law. I don't know.
Well, no, you're saying that you believe in the law right now. So I'm just asking you.
Well, yeah, I believe in the law because it's the law.
Okay, so then should Donald Trump be put in prison?
I don't know. For what?
For him violating the law? Him breaking the law?
What do you do?
Would you not? He was convicted of 34 felonies. What do you think's
Oh, like the
worse?
hush money?
What do you think's worse? Committing a misdemeanor or a felony?
Bro, it was in New York, like one of the most blue states.
So?
Like obviously, obviously they're gonna-
and undocumented immigrants are being told that they're violating the law under a right-wing government. So what's your point?
Man, I'm trolling. I love you, Parker. Have a nice day.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to this next person real quick. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I voted for him.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I'd vote for Donald Trump
Okay, why is that?
because I think he's a good businessman. He puts Americans first.
Okay. Man puts America first. Okay. All right. Can you tell me one America First policy that is going to be best for the economy?
I guess the first thing that pops in my head is that that new bill about like how companies have to pay like $1,000 to import, or I guess like look for people from outside the country to work for us.
What new bill is this? I haven't heard of this.
I apologize. I think it's called the H-1B bill or something like that.
1,000?
Yeah, so like companies instead of sourcing other people from outside the country.
100K fee. Okay, yeah, the 100K fee
Oh,
for
yeah,
H-1B
that one.
visas creates chaos. That's
Yeah,
that's not a good thing. Why do you think that's a good thing?
Because it forces companies to hire our American people to actually be
Are immigrants
trained.
not Americans?
Immigrants? No, I mean, well, yeah, if you're legal, you know, but if you're
Yeah,
in the
but, so
process of
H-1B
becoming-
is a legal immigration process, right?
yeah.
Okay, so that if it's legal, why should there be a fee?
No, citizens of America need to be treated first.
Okay, so why don't you get rid of the H-1B visa program?
Um,
And then why wouldn't
Well,
you get
there's-
rid of immigration as a whole? Because you think that it sounds like your view is that immigration, right, is bad for Americans, which I don't think is true at all. I think that's actually false. But let's take your position for what it is, right? You think that
Yeah.
immigration is bad. Do you think all immigration should be banned?
It's a good question.
You want to put Americans first, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so would that be putting Americans first to ban all immigration?
Correct. Yeah. It would be putting America first. It would force other companies to stop looking for other people from outside the country just for a cheaper wage.
Okay, so then you would be okay with banning all immigration.
I guess so. Yeah. In a way.
But wouldn't it be worse for the country based upon the fact that it would reduce the size and growth of our economy?
In the short term, yeah, but in the long run,
In the
it's gonna help
long
us.
run.
In the long run, it's going to help us. It's obviously going to
Wrong.
take a while.
Reducing
sorry, my
immigration
bad.
and actually net zero immigration would definitely be bad for the economy. Growth in terms of immigration is actually a very positive thing.
Yeah, my mom used to be in the fields working before she was legal.
Oh, can I
How
ask you a
she got
question?
legal. Yeah. what's up?
You said that your parents, one of your parents was an immigrant, correct? Or
Say
is
that
an
one more time,
immigrant?
I'm sorry.
You said one of your parents is an immigrant, correct?
No, not anymore.
What do you mean not anymore? They wouldn't stop being an immigrant.
No,
They
I
still
meant
are
like
an immigrant.
legal. Yeah, they immigrated here. They were
Yeah,
illegal.
so then
and now
like,
they're
do you
not.
think that they should not have been allowed into the country?
Yeah.
So you think your family should not have been allowed into the country? That doesn't make
Yes.
any sense. That's ridiculous. Come on, dude.
I know it's a weird position, and that's where I'm at right now.
Why would you be against your family being in the country?
I'm not against my family. I'm against people taking
Wait, I have a
over.
question. Do you think your
What's up?
family coming to our country made it worse?
I'm so sorry. Say that one more time.
Do you think your family coming to our country made our country worse?
Yes.
What?
Why do we support people getting paid a lower wage just so we have cheaper food?
Wait, I'm sorry. There's no evidence that immigration is going to lower wages. So if, dude, like the idea here that you're saying that you think the country would be better if you and your family were not in it is ridiculous to me.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up, huh?
Yes, dude, that's obviously absurd.
Yeah. So the way I see it is, I read a book called
But
The
could
Jungle.
wait, so then like, would you say that about everyone's parents who have immigrated here?
Yeah. Anybody who came here illegally.
No, legally. If they came through the legal immigration process.
Oh, legally? No, of course not. No, legally,
dude,
that's fine.
Wait,
yeah.
wait, but you just said that you wanted to ban all immigration. So under your view, there would be no legal immigrants.
I'm so sorry. I apologize. I guess I got it confused. But no, I guess the way I see it is that if more and more people are here, it's going to be less jobs for us and less
Can I ask you a
economic
question
growth.
then? Do you think
up?
it's wrong or worse for the country for people to have kids?
Wait, say that one more time. People.
Is it worse for the country for people to have children?
No.
Wait, why not? There'd be more competition in relation to me getting a job, right? Or to you getting a job if there's more citizens in the country, right? So wouldn't it be like America first to like not have children under your perspective? Because it's going to create more competition for wages? Because there will be more American citizens?
Yeah, more American citizens should be more, helped out. We should give more training to our Americans so that we can be as equivalent to people who are migrating here to the country for a better life.
I don't know what you're saying. Like, I'm essentially asking you, would you want to get do you understand the question I was asking you? Like maybe try to repeat my question.
Yeah, sorry, because I apologize because you keep asking me questions and then we're like all over the place. So let's just take it one step at a time.
Yeah. No, I was just asking, what was your interpretation of my question? And we'll move from there.
Okay. So I think what I believe is that if you read the book The Jungle, it was an immigrated family that eventually all just died because their rights were not given to them. Because, you know, when you're an immigrant here illegally, you don't have rights and people can take advantage of you. And unfortunately, at the end of that book,
so then
everyone...
we should provide a pathway to citizenship for anyone who's in the country who's undocumented, who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime. That would actually... Then you agree with mass amnesty. So then you do agree with immigration. So you just contradicted your prior stance of disagreeing with immigration.
No, I apologize. Like I said, I must have misunderstood you, but I fully support people coming here to America legally to, better themselves. But that's another reason why I say that
so
watch
this. So you do not want to ban all immigration.
Yes.
Okay, so let's start with that. So then why would this fee in terms of H-1B visas be a good thing? Because based upon your same reasoning, you would have to ban all immigration then to be America first. So would you say that it's not actually America first to have this fee in terms of the H-1B visas because it's actually worse for our economy, it's worse for our society overall?
No, it's not worse for our society for this bill. The people who are in charge, like companies that are like Amazon or any really big company, like especially the medical field, I think what we're doing is we're sourcing people from outside the country and not giving the chance to our American people. Only in the sake of lowering wages.
So again, it doesn't lower wages actually to have higher H-1B or have H-1B visas. You understand that actually increases wages, that there's good evidence indicating that?
The way I understand is that if an American citizen is in the same position as someone who's coming from another country, they would get paid more because, you know, they're from here, they studied here. But the only main reason why we call like other companies, and for some reason we get people from outside the country, like like tech services, it's always a different person with an accent, and you can tell that's from another country. When in reality,
there's nothing wrong with someone having an accent.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying is that companies are sourcing people from outside the countries, and so when they do that, it's like cheaper for companies to hire people outside the country than to hire here in America.
May I interrupt real quick?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Parker, for letting me up. Mr. Lonely, I would say it's nice to meet you, but because of your beliefs, it clearly isn't. Do you know the benefits that H-1B visas bring into this country, or the people who are a part of these bring into the country?
Say that one more time, you cut off, my bad.
Do you know the immense benefit that people who come into this country with H-1B visas bring to America's economy?
Yeah, it brings an amazing amount of growth. It brings people that study from outside the country, and it's simple as learning how to, for example, my girlfriend keeps calling me.
I don't know why you muted yourself there, but if you do realize that, why do you think it's a positive thing for the Trump administration to increase the costs of them?
Yeah, so that it forces companies to stop sourcing from outside the country and hire within our country.
Do you know what categories that immigrants are often coming into this country through with H-1B visas?
Okay, what's the category?
Usually it has to do with STEM education, something that a lot of Americans don't prioritize in this country. So if you completely eradicated, H-1B visas or limited the way Trump is doing now, you're going to have a lack of jobs in in America with STEM and technology. You realize that, right?
Yeah, so why are companies sourcing other people with that?
Because there aren't
training?
Enough people in America who are majoring in this or who specialize in this to hire.
Yeah, so that's why we should make a change. Like, for example, and I don't mean to kind of change the subject here, but the educational system has been dismantled, and for a good reason.
And what is Trump
and so
doing
that
to fix
includes-
that? Because he clearly isn't. He's focusing on H-1B visas. May I remind you, is one of the few legal pathways of immigrations that are often offered to people in Asia, something that the Trump administration shouldn't be advocating against if they really are in support of decreased illegal immigration.
Yeah, so like I said, it's supposed to help us Americans so that we can actually have a fair, play into this whole system. If we're just hiring people from outside the country, then obviously we're not giving our own people, the chance. And yes, it's true. The educational system right now is not prioritizing.
Dude, do you even realize your hypocrisy? You want to decrease illegal immigration by eroding a very big pathway for people in Asia to come into this country legally. You understand that, right? You are completely dismantling a way to enter this country legally.
I apologize if you're getting upset for this, but I think there's no need to be upset. This is
No,
what
I have every right to be upset considering both my parents came into this country through an H-1B visa and were able to provide the life for me that they have because of them.
Yeah, and then see that's like the reason why a lot of people don't like this, because they think that because we're stopping this, it's going to be bad for them, which is, it's bad. Everyone in the country, outside the country, want to be in the United States, and most of them don't even get the chance to even get in, and that's why people reside to illegal immigration, which is why we
you know
should
what? Let's talk about the benefits that H-1B visa holders bring to this country, okay? H-1B visa holders contribute billions to the U.S. economy, paying an average annual income tax of $85 billion. Their substantial contributions include $21.97 billion to Social Security and $5.14 billion to Medicare annually. They also actively support local businesses and bring $76.7 billion annually to those businesses, with California having at least $13.7 billion contribute to local businesses.
Yeah, so we should change that so that Americans have that same economic growth. Why is it that only people from outside the country have this economic growth?
No one's saying that Americans don't have that economic growth. What we're saying is that people who come from Asia in support through these H-1B holders who have high intellectual capabilities and degrees to back them up can contribute furthermore, more than just what Americans are doing.
Yeah, that's why we need to train our American people to be as better as people from outside the country. Our system is really bad.
No one's saying that you shouldn't. That doesn't mean you erode one of the few legal pathways for Asians in this country to come here legally. Do you even know how many jobs they help provide in America?
Yeah, because
for each job created in the high-tech sector, which a majority of these H-1B holders enter into, approximately 4.3 jobs are created in other local goods and service sectors. So not only are they contributing billions of dollars to this country annually, but they're also helping create jobs.
Yeah, I don't doubt
who are
that.
less educated than them. So please, again, tell me the harms of H-1B holders.
Yeah, like I said, it's supposed to help Americans have a fair play in the system. That's it, simple as that. And
they have a fair play. If their intellectual capabilities are up there and they have the degrees to back them up, then jobs can hire them. Why do you think they would rather pay $3,000 or thousands of dollars to get an H-1B visa holder into this country rather than hiring someone from America who they don't need to spend that money for?
Yeah, it's cheaper to get people from outside the country than to...
No, it's cheaper to get people from America. They don't have to pay thousands of dollars to do an H-1B visa for these people who are in Asia. They don't have to pay that money, they just hire them. But if they want someone with the capability to back them up for these certain jobs, then they have to sponsor a visa, an H-1B visa, which costs thousands of dollars. Why do you think businesses are paying that money?
Because, back then it used to be cheaper, but now it's expensive.
No, it's because there are not enough people in America that have the degrees to back it up for the jobs that they're looking for.
Yeah, because
$0 to sponsor a visa versus thousands of dollars. Which one do you think a corporate company would choose?
They'd probably choose Americans first.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Why aren't they?
Well, you mean like right now or back then?
Before Trump even enacted this executive order, companies still had to pay thousands of dollars to sponsor an H-1B visa holder.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just see it as like Americans need to be educated so that we can stop hiring people from outside the country and start hiring people here in America.
And even if they do that, that has nothing to do with increasing the amount of costs for H-1B visa holders. Think about it this way. If the education system improves and we have more and more Americans that are available to go into the tech sector and the jobs that these corporate companies are hiring, then automatically corporate companies are going to decrease in sponsoring H-1B visas without having to have additional costs if those workforce is provided in America domestically. There's no need to increase the cost to $100,000, making it harder for people to provide a better life for their families. My mom lived in poverty in India before she came to this country and provided a very good life for herself. You are providing these pathways and limiting them now.
Yeah, no.
You gonna respond?
Yeah, like I said, I don't know. That's just where I stand. I just see it as like we should help people that are from this country, America, to get a job and be in the same position as anyone that's from.
So everything I just said went through one ear and out the other.
No.
It clearly did, because you're not understand what I'm saying. You still think that we should limit H-1B visa holders and increase the costs when I just explained to you that doing so wouldn't change Americans being hired in by these corporate companies.
It will force corporate companies to stop looking for people outside the country.
Oh my God. Did you hear a single word that I just said in the past 5 minutes?
Yes.
I literally just explained to you that if there were people in America who are American citizens who had the capabilities to be in these jobs, they would be hired already. But because a lot of Americans don't have that, they are looking to foreign countries to hire them and sponsoring them through H-1B visas and paying thousands of dollars to do so.
Why then?
Oh my God.
Like why?
We just talked about this. The education system in America is trash and Trump is making it even worse.
No, it's the educational system has been taken advantage of, and yet we still have kids here that barely know how to even add or subtract, and it's very alarming because these kids are our future,
So
and
why
the
would
next
you want to make
generation.
it worse? So why would you want to make it worse?
I'm not making it worse.
No, Trump is. Trump is actively trying to make it worse by he wants to abolish the Department of Education and underfunding education in this country. That Democrats significantly are more likely to advocate for increased access to education, increased funding for education, and better educational resources for the everyday average American. So then that would lead to a better system insofar as what you're advocating for, rather than what Trump's advocating for, which clearly leads to a worse system based upon your own prescriptions.
Well, I mean, the system that we have for education is not doing so well back then. So why isn't it? You know, like why is it
What
that
cities have the worst education in America?
I don't even
what
know
states?
off the top of my head.
Red states.
I don't know. Here in California, which is where I'm at right now, just a small little example. I know I don't speak for the whole entire world, or I guess this nation, but it's not doing so well. You know.
I live in California too.
And I don't think our system's doing so well. And so if we can kind of like ramp it in a way where we source our money into the right pockets, like our teachers that are for many years have not been paid well, then
So
we
we
can
want to pay
actually
them
have
more. You want to put more funding into it. That's exactly what we're advocating for. Trump's not advocating for that. Democrats are significantly more likely to do that. If you look at California's wages comparative to the wages of the rest of the country, it is higher than the average for teachers' wages, for sure.
Well, it's higher here in California because there's a lot of things in play. It really sucks. Taxes here is the highest, but that's another story. What I'm
Not for
trying to
those
get
that
at
are
is
like lower and middle income.
Yeah, of course, that's very true.
Taxes
but,
are higher
I mean,
for the
let's
rich
just
and
say-
wealthy.
Yeah, but let's just. So you're basically saying that if I start making money, I should start paying more, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, our education system has been taken advantage of and have been putting money to the wrong pockets. I think we should start.
And you think
hiring
Trump is going to help with that?
I think so, yeah, because
Give
he
me any
dismantled
evidence to prove that Trump is helping this education system in America, that he's helping to make it greater.
Well, I can't give you any evidence right
Then
now,
why don't you
unfortunately.
look for
but I'm
it
pretty
before
sure
you
there's-
speak out of your mouth?
Well, I thought this was a place where I can just kind of speak my opinion, and then I just,
No, you can't just speak your opinion when you're stating claims. You got to provide that with evidence. If you're saying Trump is going to help the education system, then I want some evidence to back that. Because as of right now, red cities are far worse in education system than blue cities, and Trump isn't doing shit about it.
Well, like I said, our system and our education is not doing so well. Once it starts doing well, then people are going to be more qualified to get these jobs. But American companies are seeing that it's a lot more cheaper to get people from outside the country to work for us.
I'm actually going to blow my brains out.
You
Did
can't
you
say it
hear
on
that.
live. I do have to go on the next person. Or Rhea, actually, you can't say it on live. I have to kick you.
No worries.
TOS. Just letting you know. Also, I definitely don't think it's good to use claims like that in general. I used to make jokes like that. I definitely don't think that it's beneficial right now, especially because I've dealt with mental health in my life as well, and I definitely don't know for other people, but I definitely think that to some degree it can stigmatize it to specifically say things like that. But
for her
in
to
general,
say blow my head off. I don't think that was right.
Well, okay. Well, now I have to kick you too. I have to go on to the next person. Also, you can't say it on TikTok Live as well. So there's a few things. But we're going to go on to the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I've listed here on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty, we're going to go on to the next person real quick. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 35, but Parker, you buttoned your headphone cable into your shirt. You gotta fix it. I've been commenting.
I did. You're right. You're right, actually. That's kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. I didn't even notice that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
You said you're how old again?
Wait, let me disconnect my headphones. Give me a second.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. You said you were 18. What's your birth year?
07.
What month?
June.
Okay. If
June
you could go back in,
7th.
if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
Trump all the way.
Okay. Have you been on a live before?
No, I haven't. This is my first time on your live.
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I think he's better for the country. I think he's better for the economy overall.
Okay. And why do you think that?
The BBB, he's cutting taxes for all Americans.
It doesn't cut taxes for all Americans because it is the case that if you take into account the overall policy, what he's replacing the income tax with, it would be tariffs. It actually disproportionately increases taxes on lower and middle income individuals.
It's not even just that. He's also incentivizing more Americans to work.
How so?
And with the BBB that he just recently passed.
How so? How does it incentivize more people to work?
I think it has something to do with lower income Americans or like middle class Americans, and it uses I think healthcare and to push people to work.
Okay.
I don't know what
I am going to go to the next person. By the way, there's a lot of people saying in the comment section it's someone who's been on the live, and it's both on TikTok and on YouTube. Typically, it's not said on both TikTok and YouTube if it's not true. I am going to go on to the next person. If I am wrong, I really do apologize. I really do apologize. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I also support you.
Okay. Like, if you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Probably Trump.
Okay,
because here's the thing. Here's my deal. I am a new immigrant, and I came here, legally through the legal channels. So, like, for him to fix the border policy, I think for that, fact that I would vote for him.
Okay. How is he fixing border policy?
Well, while I was like applying for it and I was going through all these legal stuff, and then I just saw like a lot of people just like pouring, and then they actually share like the journey of like going into the country illegally on TikTok, and I just think it's not fair for people like me, who like paid thousands of dollars and then also like wait for a long time to get into the country, and then they can just get in the country through the border, and then they are provided with food. And well, I'm not saying you shouldn't provide them with food, but clearly America is a country that is rule of law, and then you cannot just go into the country without going through some legal stuff.
Okay, so if you're talking about people getting any type of social services, it would be the context of a legal asylum process. That is a legal process of immigration. Secondly, if you want to look at people coming to the country undocumented, all right, I can understand people coming to the country undocumented. I think it makes total sense because our current legal process takes so long and it costs for people to go through the process. It actually doesn't make it less fair for people who are going through the legal process. If anything, it would make it so that it would take less time to go through the legal process, because it is the case that they never go online in the very first place. Whereas if they were trying to immigrate through the context of the legal process, it would be the case that it would take even longer, right? Because there'd be more people in the line. Does it make sense? So if you want to make it more fair, you shouldn't be blaming the undocumented immigrants coming to the country. You should be blaming the Republicans making it take so long to come to the country, or make it cost so much to come to the country. That's who you should be blaming.
Yeah, well, I can tell you about like my process of going into the country, okay, like legally. So there are like mainly 4 main parts. One of them is background check, and then health check, and then an interview, and then your legal documents. And for me, like when I look back to see all the process, it was painful, but I can see like it made sense to me, because if I were to be in charge and if I want to bring someone into my country, I would want 4 of those things too. Like I would want them to have like police check. I would want them to have like a health check. I would want them to go to an interview, like make sure like I am who I am, and then also these.
How do you incentivize people to go through that process? By making the legal process go quicker. When the current legal process takes so long, there's not much of an incentive for people to go through said legal process. Do you think Donald Trump needs to uphold the rule of law?
No, the thing is, Parker, it's not about incentive. This is the law. Then you have to follow. Why do you think it's about like incentive?
Why doesn't
like
Trump
if you
have
want
to
to
follow
come
the
here?
law? Does Trump have to follow the law when deporting people?
I don't know about that aspect. All I'm saying is,
what?
I think people.
Wait. I'm asking if Donald Trump should follow the law. Why would you say that undocumented immigrants need to follow the law, but Trump doesn't?
I'm not saying he doesn't. Everybody needs to follow the law.
Even Trump. So then you agree when Trump calls for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, he's undermining the law. When Donald Trump calls for people to be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which is a violation of the First Amendment according to the Supreme Court, that is a violation of the law, right? Him undermining a Supreme Court order that's 9-0, right? That's also violating the law. Right, so there's plenty of different things we can point to in terms of Donald Trump that shows that he violates the law, including like him, having 34 felonies he's been convicted of.
I know. I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying that he's a nice guy, but his border policy for people like me, I can speak for a lot of people, like come here, like legally. I can speak for a lot of people, like we welcome policies like that. We'd like for him to shut down the border because it's not fair for people like us. I know there is wait time, but you know how early my interview was at the embassy in my home country?
How early?
Like 7:15. That's my interview with the staff at the embassy. 7:15 a.m. Okay, that's my interview though. Like that's the time I have to be there and speak to the person, which means the people who work there have to be there before that. They have to wake up like 5 or something. How early would you want them to wake up and then be ready and then make the process go early? You know, the amount of people going into America is like the number of people going into America is more than the rest of the world immigrants combined. You know, legally 3 million people going into the country.
Definitely not true, by the way.
It is really true.
You said there are more people going into the United States than the entire world combined. What's your source?
Google is the source. You can ask
Google is a search
ChatGPT.
engine. Google is a search engine. What's your source?
I just typed it on Google because it says
what on Google what did you look at?
I just typed the number of people who entered America both legally and illegally, and it says like about 2024 about like 4 million people enter the United States.
Yeah,
both legally and on Google.
Yes, I'm asking you, but what was the source that it linked to?
I have to check but even if that's not the point, okay, even if like I'm wrong, if the source is wrong, but still you can still argue that there is a lot of people going into the country. So how can you make it faster
hold
for
on.
people to go?
How do you find the comparison? You said more than the rest of the world combined. That's a claim. What was the source for the claim? You can't just say the search engine that you use to look it up. You have to provide an actual source.
Maybe it's like a AI, because right now when you search something and then it, you know, like they have like a summary and then the AI will tell you. But even if it's wrong, Parker, even if
it's a
that's
comparison,
not true,
but it's a comparison to the rest of the world. Where did you see the comparison to the rest of the world? Because you're
I looked it up.
Every single immigrant from around the entire world and the global level of immigration.
I know I looked it up like a long time ago, and but that's not the point though, Parker. The point is there's a lot of people going into America. Do you agree with that? Like a lot of people.
That there's a lot of people who have come to our country. I think that's good that a lot of people would be coming to our country. I think there should be more people.
I think it's good too because I'm an immigrant. I think it's very good, but you have to come here legally.
You have to come here legally. Okay, let's incentivize people to do that then.
Why do you need to? Well, here's the thing. I watched some of your. That's why I'm a fan, because I support you pretty much everything else apart from the border, stuff. I watched.
Then why would you still support Donald Trump?
Because the border. I think
that's
for
it.
me
You're
personally,
a single issue voter.
For me, because this is very personal for me. Like I came here and a lot of people came here legally, and then people just pouring in, and I think for me that's very personal because I'm new to the country. I don't know a whole bunch about the other aspect. I think this is what's affecting me right now.
You'd be willing to vote for someone who incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th simply because you slightly agree with his border policy a little bit more?
I don't slightly agree. I 100% agree.
100% agree. So could you name 3 Trump immigration policies that he influenced to get passed that you do like?
For example, there is this stupid policy that Joe Biden and Harris have this called something like catch and release. Like,
I'm asking you, what specific policies of Trump's 3 specific immigration policies that you support of his?
Just basically shutting down the border. You can't go to the border anymore. And he's been advocating for this.
You can go to the border. Where'd you get that?
You can't. If you're not American, if you don't have the legal visas, if you're just like, oh, I'm here, I'm just going to enter the country without anything, you can't.
There
you're
have
going to
been,
get deported.
you understand that people have come to the country undocumented. You think there are 0 undocumented immigrants that have come to the country since Trump got in office?
Not after Trump. Not after Trump. Because
Zero people have come into the country. Nowhere at the border has anyone come into the country undocumented. It's not possible.
Wait, Parker, why do you have to be so exact though? Like, why do you have to ask me to provide like, oh, is it like really 0? I don't know. I'm not at the border, but if you look at the trend,
so then why do you claim
number
that?
of people crossing the number of people crossing the border has decreased dramatically. Would you agree with that?
That's a bad thing.
It is a good thing. Why would you think it's a bad thing?
We want more people to come to the country.
Legally. Why would you want them to cross the border?
Do you agree
illegally?
with me? Do you agree with me that the border crossings are what determines whether or not there's a secure border? Like higher border crossings indicates less secure of a border.
That is for me. Yeah, that is what it's looked like.
Did you know that there were
before?
Did you know that based upon that reasoning that there was literally a more secure border that Biden specifically gave over to Trump than he originally inherited? Because at the end of Trump's first admin, he had more daily average crossings than the end of Biden's admin.
I know what you're saying. I watched that report too, but you have to admit that when Biden was in the White House, he did let a lot of people. He had a lot of like the app that people can actually go through and then make people go in there like illegally. And for me, it's just really unacceptable. I am pro-immigrant because I'm an immigrant myself. I get education. I study the language. I know the culture, and I came here illegally. And for a president who is letting those people pouring into the country without anything, without checking their background, how is it even fair though? Like when I was,
what did Biden do
people,
to open the border under your view?
I think so. Whether it is he opened it or not, but he allowed a lot of people pouring in.
What do you mean by he allowed? They just came into the country. So again, are you saying at the end of Biden's admin, he did a better job than the end of Trump's admin in his first term?
I am not sure which term, but Parker, it's a fact that when Biden and Harris were in control, there's people pouring in. You cannot deny that. Okay.
Well, you have a few things you have to take into account. One, it is the case there's a backlog of people specifically from that couldn't come during COVID. Secondly, it is the case that the economic instability caused by global inflation, right, and supply chain issues due to COVID, right, incentivized more people to come to the United States as well. Right. So there's plenty of things that incentivize more people to come, and to specifically blame it on the Biden-Harris administration is ridiculous when they tried to get a border bill passed and Donald Trump undermined their border bill because he didn't want Democrats to get a win.
Yeah, well, if he undermined that, then he's a piece of shit, because he did that probably because of some political reason that I don't understand. Maybe he was trying to get more votes or undermine Joe Biden and Harris. But for what I'm seeing right now, that's
exactly what he was trying to do. And you think that's better? You think that's good that he cared more about getting votes than he cared about actually fixing the conditions at the border?
I'm not sure, but right now the border is secure, and I'm happy about that. Because here's the thing: when people like me were
secure at the end of Trump's first admin?
I'm not sure, but is it secure
you don't
now?
Know? Wait,
is it secure now?
Well, you would consider it secure. I'm asking you, was it secure at the end of Trump's first term?
Probably not, because I watched some of your videos, and then you put some data, and then you said it was not. But the stuff like that, it takes time though.
So how come Trump didn't secure the border in his first term?
I don't know.
Why did he allow for millions of people to come to the country undocumented?
I actually don't know, and I don't really care. I just care about the status quo, like right now.
What? Okay, I'm sorry.
I do care. That's the only thing that I care about.
When Trump does it? Why did he allow so many people to come here undocumented?
Because
why do he allow for an open border?
Wow, really? Where is your source that he's advocating for open borders?
No, that's essentially what your perspective is on the matter, because you were claiming at under Biden's admin, there were so many people coming to the country. He was just allowing people to come to the country, but the border crossings were daily on average lower at the end of Biden's administration than the end of Trump's first admin, indicating that there is at least some point of the administration that you would consider unsecure under Trump. So why did Trump allow for it to get unsecure, right? So Trump, because Biden and then under your view inherited a border that was already not secure.
Okay, Parker, maybe you know something obviously that I don't, okay? But from my perspective, from what I am seeing right now, from what I have been reading about him, he's been advocating for a secure border. He's never, in my opinion, never been a guy that's like, oh, open border, we want people to come in through the border. My point is, my
Neither have the
perspective is, you
Democrats.
have to understand, for people like me, you know, when we were going through collecting all these documents, going to embassy designated hospitals to get our health check, and then going through interviews, paying through legal fees, and then while we were doing that, and we see those people cross the border and then go into the country, and then I see their TikTok, you know, like, oh, I'm released, I got this, you know, like a hotel from the government, and it's so good, and you know, I will be able to work and very soon, like. While we were doing that and seeing those TikToks, Parker, you have no sympathy for us?
Oh, why would you say I have no sympathy, right? What are you talking about? I want the illegal immigration process to be significantly quicker in terms of everyone, right? Every single person coming to the country, right? I want it to be better for everyone.
I know,
including
until
the people who are
there
trying
is
to come
one,
to the country
Parker.
undocumented. So for the legal
until
process,
there is one,
I need to make
until
it
Congress
quicker.
makes,
that
unless
doesn't mean
Congress
we should provide
makes
a
a
pathway to
law.
citizenship.
I know.
Well, essentially, what your
there is
argument
a law,
is
until
because
there
no,
is
hold
a law.
up, hold up. Essentially, what your argument is because it was bad for me, it should be bad for other people.
It was not bad for me. I was just simply following the law. Until Congress makes a law that allows people to come in here legally quickly, everybody should follow the law. Just like what you said before. You said in one of your videos, I don't remember which one, you said if the process were to take that long, yes, I would support people to cross the border. Like, for me, Parker, that was mind-blowing. You know, that was
Yeah.
for me, that was unexpected.
Wait,
That was
anyone who's come to the country undocumented who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime, I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship. Oh wait, it's back. It's back.
Can you hear me now, Parker?
Dude, that's so frustrating. I'm really annoyed, to be honest. I'm gonna end the live here, and I'll reset it completely. It's just really fucking annoying. Like, why does the internet randomly cut out like that?
Can we still keep?
I really don't.
Can we still keep talking when you get back to another live?
Hey man, I need a minute. Okay. I need a minute. Set of criteria that I'm gonna be putting on the screen here in a second. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. I apologize, everyone, for my internet. I don't know why it does that. It's so frustrating. It's really frustrating that my internet does that. Do give it a second for people to join up, though. Do give it a second for people to join up. We are just looking for some debates. Do give it a minute for people to join back. Do give it a minute for people to join back. In the meantime, I want to say thank you to some people. I mean, I probably want to give it a second, but I was a little bit behind on all of my donations, too. I feel really bad about that. Do give it a second, everyone, for joining in. The internet just cut out. It just randomly cut out. I don't know why. I actually have no clue why. It just randomly cut out. Which is really annoying, just because I have to build up the stream again, which is a bit frustrating. Thank you, Matt, for raiding. I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Please, again, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty. Give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6'7".
Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Do give it a second, everyone. Just letting everyone know my internet just randomly cut out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
19. Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
June.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would vote for Donald Trump.
And why would you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, so mainly, I would say kind of the border policies, but I was relatively new to politics. I would say this last election, like actually delving deep into it. But one of the things that really kind of caught me off guard specifically was the whole kind of almost undermining democracy that happened with the whole kind of Biden administration, Kamala Harris thing. So with Kamala, whatever, yeah. But so it seemed like obviously it was pretty clear to everyone that Joe Biden just was not fit to run the country. You know what I mean? He just wasn't in the right mental state by the end of his first term, I would say. And I mean, it was pretty clear on both sides. You know, I mean, we can argue or we can debate that, but I mean, let's be honest, it was pretty clear, right? Obviously, we need someone of sound mind. And so the fact that they pushed him through and made him, like, I mean, he went to the primaries, obviously, you know, the whole, he was voted in and elected in the primaries, and then and then kind of after that, he dropped out.
Violence, though.
Okay, yeah, but again, you see how far we've skewed from what I first brought up. You still haven't even answered at all the point of them undermining democracy. And
who?
It feels like
Donald
shoving
Trump?
Kamala Harris.
We're talking now about Donald Trump pardoning violent rioters after inciting a violent insurrection in the Capitol and saying that they stole the 2020 election with no evidence. 60 plus court if they didn't want her to be the nominee.
Because they weren't endorsed.
They run against her. What?
Run against her as what?
You said that they would win.
Yeah, and wait, what are you talking about, dude?
You said that if someone decided to run up against her, that they would win against her, right?
What are we talking about here? In the Democratic election or the main, or in the main election?
Democratic election, bro.
Okay, if vice president.
What's up?
If someone ran against her for vice president?
No. Are you okay? We're talking about for the position of presidency.
Yes.
After Biden dropped out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then why didn't anyone run against her?
There wasn't another Democratic primary.
There was the convention still.
Okay. But it was already like settled.
Because 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. No one decided to run against her. And everyone thought she was the best person for the job right now at that certain moment.
Okay, then maybe
like
I'm
80% of Democrats.
Okay, so you said 80% of Democrats. Where's this? You said the AP poll?
AP poll. Yeah. If you'd like to look it up, I can thank some people in the meantime. Okay, while he looks that up, I'm going to thank some people in the meantime. Let me thank some people in the meantime. Nova, thank you for the $8 Australian. Thank you so much. Rachel with the $5. Thank you. Elizabeth with the $10. Thank you so much. Froger, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Karen, thank you so much for the £5. Thank you. Nutcracker, thank you for the $2. Coral with the $20. Thank you so much. Happy Friday. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Oz, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Geneve, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Absolutely, as always. Charlie, thank you so much for the £50. Thank you so much, Charlie. Give some W's for Charlie in the comment section right now. Thank you. Sophie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Grateful, thank you for the $7. Thank you. Absolutely. Kim, thank you so much for the $5. Nicole, thank you for the $5. Witch, thank you so much for the $3. Grateful with the $4.20. Witch, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Witch. I really appreciate it. Geneve, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Witch again with the $5. Kim with the $2. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Romy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Rachel with the $5. Carolina, thank you so much for the $10 for the internet bill. And Grateful again, thank you for the $4.20. Emma, thank you so much for the $5 for the daily DNC funds. Thank you. Kaylin, thank you so much for the $5. I'm really sorry to hear that. I'm glad that we can provide a distraction. Thank you so much for coming through. Damien, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you.
Okay, so this is interesting. I honestly am not fully educated on this topic. You definitely opened my eyes a little bit. So that's super interesting.
Yeah. So like, I mean,
a little bit, but not really.
Okay, I hope that it doesn't keep doing this. Chat, I don't know what to do. There's nothing I can do to fix it. So if it goes under, I might just quit for tonight because it's like I don't want to deal with internet issues. It's really frustrating to deal with. What were you just saying?
But no, so I was talking about, I didn't say anything specifically about the 2020 election. But so my other point that I did want to talk about was
Donald Trump saying that the Democrats stole the election was false.
I'm going to be completely honest. I've done research on both sides and I haven't come to a conclusion. I feel like either way, I mean, it's possible that it could have been stolen. Like it's possible that there's a lot of stuff in our government that's very corrupt and being controlled. And there's not enough facts in either direction for it to come to a conclusion that I would say.
There's not enough facts to come to a conclusion. 60 plus courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. What are you talking about?
Yeah, dude, a lot of that stuff, like 60 plus courts, like what courts, dude? A lot of that stuff just is, no, like that's so easily like.
Most of them are Republican appointed judges. Did you know that?
Yeah, that's fair. I'm not.
And half of the Republican appointed judges, around half, were Trump supporting judges, like Trump appointed.
Yeah, that's fine. That makes sense.
Okay, so then explain to me how that was all fake.
I don't have all the facts right in front of me. I can go through a whole debate if we, like, I don't know. I mean, you know everything that I would say. Like, you know, you've heard all this stuff and you just have the perfect kind of snap back to say. I mean, we could go back and forth. There's facts on both sides. It's just an argument. Like there's no.
What the fuck do you think you're doing right now? Are you on a debate live? No shit, it's an argument. Provide me your position.
Well, yeah. So,
oh my god,
dude. Specifically on
if that's your position, why call in?
What if that's my position on what? I was trying to go to my next point.
Wait, if that's your position on not trying to engage in debates, you don't want to argue things, then why are you on a debate?
No, I do want to argue. I'm saying I don't have enough facts, and I haven't done enough research specifically on the 2020 election to debate you on it.
Okay, do you think that Donald Trump was undermining the 2020 election when he said that the election was stolen when there's no sufficient evidence to indicate that?
Fine, I'll say no.
You don't think that he's undermining the democracy?
Or fine, I'll say yes, sorry.
Okay, then if you care about the undermining of our democracy, then you wouldn't support Trump.
That's fair, and I'll say that. But again, I mean, there's plenty of undermining democracy on both sides. And I mean, I'm sure you and I can both agree on that. Like, there's
No, explain to me how Kamala Harris engaged in any undermining of democracy.
I don't know. I mean, I just explained it to you that the first point, again, it seems like there was some collusion on that side to get her to be specifically, I don't know.
It just seems like it. You just feel like it. Trust me, bro.
I mean, no, I've given you my stance on it. You know my position.
Yeah, but I'm saying it has no basis.
I wouldn't say that's true.
Why?
I've given you my basis, dude. It's clear that obviously, okay, if Joe Biden wasn't going to run and he clearly wasn't in sound mind to go for another election, then why did he push for another election?
He shouldn't have.
Okay, and that's my point. So there's some
Kamala
reason
Harris said
out
that
there.
too. Kamala Harris agrees.
Okay, and that's fine. But so there's some reason out there. There's some reason that he did push and go for
and you know
another election.
Yeah, ego.
I just don't think that's true at all. You think Joe Biden, even from what I've seen about him, it just does not seem like, I don't know, you're saying that Joe Biden had an ego and wanted to run again so that he could be president again? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the best explanations.
That's the best explanation?
Yes, ego and holding on. Like his first term, right, before he got elected, he argued he was going to be a one-term candidate.
Okay. Interesting. See, I hadn't even heard that before. But so what do you think changed? You think that was all just ego? And I mean, just kind of...
I don't think it's all, but I think that's a huge part.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just, that doesn't hold to me. I feel like ego just couldn't, even from what I've seen, like he just does not seem like a very egotistical person from everything that we've seen, at least publicly about him.
You could say in general, he's not an egotistical person under your perspective, but he could still do something that's egotistical.
Yeah, but something to that level just seems extreme.
Obviously.
To run for president and go through everything that he went through those 4 years just because of ego?
Wouldn't any explanation of this be extreme?
Yeah, definitely, I would say.
Okay, so then what's your critique?
Well,
that's not a critique if every explanation is extreme.
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I mean, that's why I'm trying to, like, that's why I'm debating. That's why I'm talking about this, to see if I can find another explanation that maybe isn't extreme.
Okay. Well, if you said none of the explanations are not extreme, well, then it would entail, logically speaking, that every explanation is extreme.
Well, I'm saying that every explanation that I've heard so far is extreme, from what it seems like.
Okay. And what's wrong with my explanation, other than you just calling it extreme?
Are you saying it's... we're both talking about your explanation, and it seems like it just doesn't fit all the way. The fact that he went through 4 years of being president, everything that he went through as a president, and then we've seen all of the, like, they were practically, like, by the end of this, parading a dead body around, and, like, it seems like, I mean...
That's ridiculous,
like, that's
to
a
make
lot.
that argument. That's not true. Don't characterize it that way when that's not true.
Well, it seems like they were almost puppeteering him. Like, by the end, I mean,
Shut up. That's stupid.
Dude, what?
Yeah, that's stupid. Would you like to make a coherent argument?
Do you think a coherent argument? He wasn't even coherent. He couldn't make a coherent argument.
Trump's not coherent.
Somebody
he can't make a coherent argument. Joe Biden has a better shot making. Joe Biden has a better shot making. Joe Biden literally has a better shot making a coherent argument than Donald Trump. Did you know that?
Are you serious?
Totally,
do you genuinely
totally
think that?
Yes, I genuinely do.
Because I mean, like, pull up videos of Joe Biden and Donald Trump.
So Joe Biden, the words that he said made more sense than the words that Trump says. Do you agree with me there?
No, I don't. Honestly, at all.
Okay. Well, then, do you think Donald Trump is making sense when he says that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before? You can bring up clips of Joe Biden mistakenly saying things, not genuinely believing absurd bullshit. Like, Donald Trump literally believes that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He literally believes that climate change, a consensus amongst climate scientists, is fake and a hoax, and is specifically the climate is going to start cooling, and that science just doesn't know it yet. That's on the same intellectual basis as believing the Earth is flat. Genuinely.
I don't know. A lot of that stuff.
I've
I
heard
have to
flat
fact
earthers
check
with better
specifically
arguments
him
than that.
saying that, because I mean, so many of those are just weirdly taken out of context in short form video clips.
That was not taken out of context.
Which one?
Wait, tell me which one was taken out of context.
No, I'm saying because you mentioned, what was it, the whales and windmills?
Yeah,
Or
he said
windmills?
that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before.
I don't
That's
know.
what he said
I
verbatim.
remember,
Verbatim.
well, so I remember when this came out, there was some, I don't know if it was a study or what, but there was something about the sound of windmills, because the whole thing with whales and echolocation.
No, by the way, there's no
don't know
evidence
how
at
real
all.
that is, but there's,
By the way, there's no evidence at all that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before.
I wouldn't say that, but I mean, it's possible that there is some scientific basis to
Really? Where?
windmills making vibrations
Provide me
or
a
something. I
single
don't know.
source. What's your
Let's look
source?
for it. Have you looked at all?
Yes. What's your source?
Let's look.
Give him a
Let's
second,
find out.
everyone. Every day, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Emma, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you. Thank you. Carol, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Grateful, thank you as well. I really appreciate it. Maria, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. The stream did go down earlier. It just cut out. I apologize, everyone. That was my internet. It just randomly cut out. I do apologize for that. It's a bit unfortunate, but we will live on. Do give it a second, everyone, for him to come back and find the source. He currently just said that he has a source, a scientific basis for windmills causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said that there's a scientific basis for that. So we're waiting for him to come back with his source and his justification for how windmills
Again, you're just
are causing whales to die in
speaking
numbers never seen before.
complete absolute. I said there was some scientific basis to part of his question.
I'm waiting for your scientific basis for that. Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, there was a study done by the...
We can't hear you when you swipe out of the app, just letting you know. Indecisive, thank you for the $7. Thank you.
Norway's Institute of Marine Research did a study, and it is...
You need to come back and tell me the title. So you got to remember the title, come back, and then tell me it. Give him a minute, everyone. Give him a minute while he's finding this information. Aaron, thank you for the $6. Thank you. Some things are black and white. Like logic is true or false, right? Like there are some things that are black and white, but not everything is. Yeah, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Everyone, if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. We are just looking for some debates, everybody.
So there isn't a name. It's just called Offshore Norway Marine Research.
Offshore Norway Marine Research?
It's just called Offshore Wind Farms Can Affect Marine Ecosystems.
Wait, no one said that they can't affect marine ecosystems. Offshore.
Well, again, I was just saying there was some
offshore
scientific basis.
windmills affect marine ecosystems. Okay, here. Oxford? Is that what you're getting it from? Or what is it from?
No, Norway Institute of Research.
All right. Norway Institute.
It's funny as well. You're looking for it. So it says there's some, like obviously the way, or what is it? The windmills can affect waves and certain marine life, including sharks and whatever else. And so back to what I was saying. I mean, obviously there's some scientific basis. Obviously it's not windmills are killing whales.
Directly see what you're talking about.
Here, could I drop the link in?
I won't be able to click on it.
I think.
I looked up exactly what you're talking about, but does it show any evidence that that windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before?
No, clearly not. But again, I was saying there's some scientific basis. That's keyword some. And I was going to say, if you let me speak, obviously
There is no scientific
are
basis
not.
to the claim that I just mentioned in terms of what Donald Trump said. Do you want me to play the audio of Donald
It's an
Trump?
exaggeration.
Dude,
It's clearly an exaggeration. And again, on both sides, there's plenty of exaggerations. Are you taking that 100% seriously?
Yes.
And again, I could
that's exactly
pull
what he
20
meant.
clips of Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or whatever
Kamala.
saying plenty of lies.
Well, I want you to listen to this, and I would love for you to play the clips. I would love to hear.
Yeah.
Whale strikes, but you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up on shore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
That is kind of crazy.
Yeah, dude, that guy's so coherent, right? That guy should be president, right?
Dude, but are you saying that, like, again, on both sides, like, we're picking between two of the worst candidates?
No, this is not both sides. Give me one clip of Kamala Harris that is anywhere near comparable to that. One clip. I'll wait. Give me one clip that's comparable. We'll let him find that. He's going to never find that. There is no such clip. Josh, thank you for the $2. Aaron, thank you so much for the $5 again. Thank you. And Indecisive again. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to support me as always, again, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second. He's finding such a clip. He's finding such a clip. Let him look for it, everyone. What are the odds that he finds a clip, chat? What are the odds? I say 0 out of 10.
I don't know. I mean, honestly, again, it's you have a clip already pulled up. I mean, probably if I asked someone in this chat or something, well, maybe not in this chat.
No, I promise you could look
clips.
for the next literally fucking years, and you wouldn't find a single clip that is as stupid as that.
I don't know. I saw plenty of yeah, you're honestly right about that.
And this is just one. This is just one. What about him saying that specifically what he said about Tylenol recently? We can talk about that. Right? Is that anti-science? Do you agree with me? That's anti-science.
But again, me and you aren't qualified to talk about that, dude. Like we haven't.
But doctors are. And do you want me to play a clip of what a doctor had to say on the matter?
There's doctors on both sides. You play a
really,
clip
really. I would love to see some doctors that are out there saying that Tylenol, right, used during the context of pregnancy is causing autism. I would love to see that. Where's the source? Because I'll play a clip right now of a doctor, right, specifically talking about it. Would you like to hear?
Yes. Is it going to be like some TikTok doctor clip?
Someone that specifically puts their who's a doctor on TikTok? No shit.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take Tylenol. There's no downside. Don't take it. This Tylenol during pregnancy can be associated with a very...
RFK Jr. has... Okay, so Trump, with the help of RFK Jr., has officially announced that Tylenol, which is a brand name for acetaminophen or paracetamol, greatly increases your baby's risk of autism. And this is the answer RFK Jr. promised by the end of September this year. And I have to say, this is complete garbage. Times school. Whilst it's true that some observational studies do report associations between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and certain neurodevelopmental outcomes like autism, you have to remember that pregnant women who take acetaminophen don't just take it for shits and giggles. They take it because they are unwell, for example, with a fever, pain, infection, chronic illness, or something else. The indication or reason for taking the drug can often be linked to autism, not the drug itself. So when you look at well-designed studies like the gold standard Swedish sibling study on almost 2.5 million children, at first they found that mothers who used acetaminophen versus those who didn't, their babies had a 5% increased risk of autism. But when researchers performed a sibling control analysis where the researchers compared brothers and sisters where one had acetaminophen during pregnancy and the other didn't, and thus controlling for genetics and maternal factors, they found no increased risk of autism, ADHD, or intellectual disability. And this
Because,
is
okay,
why
what
the
he's talking
UK
about, is that a
confirmed
study?
acetaminophen or paracetamol is safe to use during pregnancy, and there is no evidence that it causes autism. Oh, and this is the same
that a
as
study?
Canada, Singapore, Australia, and basically the rest of the world. And now, here's the most important part. Maternal fever or hypothermia in early pregnancy is absolutely linked to various birth defects. And acetaminophen is one of the few options to bring down a fever safely in pregnancy. Avoiding it based on misinformation like this can severely harm both the mother and the baby. So maybe don't take your health advice from RFK Jr. and Trump, who can't even pronounce the drug he's talking about correctly.
Effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay?
Class is missed.
Don't take.
Okay, let's hear your response to this one. Because I do need to be clear. Correlation does not equal causation, and that's exactly this is why it's proven by these studies, is because when you control for other factors, such as the ones you mentioned, right, you then didn't see the same idea. It didn't happen, right? There was no association. So just there being an association does not mean one caused the other.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay. So
that's
what actual doctors say on the matter, and not people like Donald Trump and RFK.
Well, I mean, like, there was like the whole basis for this like law and argument was a Harvard study that was done.
Yeah. So, and does the Harvard study conclude that it causes autism?
No, it doesn't conclude that.
No,
but
it does not conclude that. So then why are you citing the Harvard study thinking that it does conclude that?
Well, because it raises a lot of concerns with that. So I think there needs to be more study. I mean, there's a correlation, and so I think that it needs to be looked at.
And that's exactly what the Swedish study looked at, right? Was that correlation?
I'd want to look at this.
And then it demonstrated that if you control for other factors, that the association goes away.
So yeah, and I don't want to. So what's the study called? It was a Swedish study, you said on.
Yeah, that's the one. Look up Swedish study, 2.5 million.
Because that's the thing. Like that's what it is for me. Is like I don't know. Like just listening to all this crap, like all this stuff on TikTok. Like it seems like I don't know. The actual study is what we should all be looking at, not this clip that a doctor said on TikTok. And
hey, I'm sorry. Doctors are going to be way better at fucking interpreting the study than you. I'm just gonna be honest with you. You could read the same study as the doctor, and the doctor is going to know more of what the fuck they're going to talk about and be able to interpret the study at a way better rate than you. So should we look at what the doctors have to say? Absolutely. Now, should you do your own research on the matter? Absolutely. But also look at what the doctors indicate on the matter, because they can interpret it in a way in which you cannot.
Yeah, that's definitely fair. And so, okay, was a Swedish, do you have the name or anything of this study?
Yeah, literally just look up Swedish study, 2.5 million, and then put, what's it called right after? Put Tylenol right after. All right, in the meantime, everyone, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Ryan, thank you for the £2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to get this next person up here. In the meantime, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
Okay, so interesting. I did just have one more question that I wanted to bring up.
Hold on, I want you to look up that source.
Well, yeah, I looked it up. I found it. It seems.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Yeah, they're not there. Go ahead. What's your question?
No, so it seems conclusive. But no, so I wanted to, I mean, do we have time to talk about another topic, or are you going to switch to someone else? Okay. Because I did want to talk about specifically the immigration policies of both sides. Because, so to me, like this whole skewing of immigration and illegal immigration, personally, like it seems just like weird. Even how it seems like any time we're condemning illegal immigration, it somehow gets skewed in and like scooted in with normal immigration. Like it seems like they're always like one and one, but there's immigration, and that's completely legal immigration. You go through all the correct ways, right? Or there's illegal immigration, and that is you came into the country illegally, not going through all the correct ways, right?
Wow, thank you for telling me. I had no clue.
Well, because even, I mean, when I was listening to that dude earlier, I mean, you were just constantly kind of bouncing between both, and you would like trap him on something, talking about like immigration and then like illegal immigration. Like, I don't know, it just seemed very like dishonest to me.
How so? How is it dishonest?
I mean, like, it just seemed like you'd ask him a question about like, oh, so you think all immigration or all illegal immigration is bad? And then he'd be like, yes. And then you'd be like, oh, okay, so anybody coming to our country is just bad. Like, anybody, you don't want people coming to our country at all. And he's like, and I don't know, he didn't seem to catch it all the time, so he wasn't fully talking about it, but it seemed odd to me.
No, that guest literally said they wanted to ban all immigration, and then we went through a conversation about that. So your memory of the conversation seemingly isn't up to like what the conversation actually was?
Well, I don't know. I wouldn't think so. It seems like you kind of skewed it in your way and kind of trapped him.
How did I skew it there? I think I just accurately represented it. We can go back and we can watch it.
I don't know. I'd like to, because it seemed like he started to just kind of panic and lost all of his points. But at the start, it seemed like he was talking specifically about just illegal immigration. And then somewhere in there, it just got into this whole all immigration.
So think about it this way. Think about it this way. If you think undocumented immigration is bad, and you think legal immigration is good, so why don't you give a pathway to citizenship to any undocumented immigrant who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime? Wouldn't that make the conditions better?
But I don't think that's true, because they committed a crime in the first place, coming to our country.
Yeah, but who gives a shit? You don't give a shit about Trump's felonies.
I do. Everybody does.
Really? So then why'd you vote for Trump?
Because, I mean, I don't know. To me, the whole felony thing is, I don't know. It's no.
What about it?
I mean,
can't hear you when you swipe out of the app.
I don't know. It just seemed like the courts were going after him.
Really?
And
I think the courts are going after undocumented immigrants.
Because they clearly committed a crime.
So did Trump.
They are in the country.
Yeah, Trump committed a crime as well, right? The courts are going after Trump because he committed a crime.
Yeah, and remind me, what was that again?
Falsification of business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York because of a predicate crime. So it's a felony. It's 34 felonies. So which is worse, a felony or a misdemeanor?
Again, we're talking in absolutes here. I think there's probably some felonies that are not as bad as some misdemeanors. So I think that's an intellectually dishonest question.
No, it's not. It was just a question, just to clarify your position.
Which to try and trap me and get me into a specific position that you can then.
How about this? Typically, which is worse?
We'll say, yeah, there we go, felonies.
Okay, so if typically felonies are worse, right, then would you agree that in the context of this situation, that obviously Donald Trump's felonies are worse than any undocumented immigrant just coming to the country undocumented?
No, that's not true. What are you talking about?
Okay, so tell me what harm there is on society
what do you mean?
for someone to come to the country
let's
undocumented if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime before.
They have committed a crime, and there's plenty of
crime.
Okay, but again, the fact that they're in the country illegally opens up a whole new plethora of problems that,
like
the fact that they're not paying any taxes, they can be taken advantage of in plenty of different ways.
Okay, then provide them a legal pathway to citizenship. They wouldn't specifically.
They have it, and to me,
well, then do it. Then provide a pathway.
They have one. They can come in here illegally. They can sign up for all the right things.
They'd have to leave the country.
Not quickly. You can't pick and choose.
No, we want it to be quickly. We think they shouldn't have to leave the country.
Yes. We think they shouldn't have to leave the country. I think if they did so illegally, even if they applied for asylum or anything like that, then yes, they did it legally. They did it the legal way. They should be able to stay in the country. But if they didn't, if they just thought that they could skip all of the rules and hop right on over, then no, I don't think they should.
So if someone commits a crime, they shouldn't be allowed into the country. But if someone commits a crime, they should be allowed to be president.
Again, this is just absolutes, dude. Like, it's not a crime.
No, I'm just asking. You're saying no person. Why are you said no person who's committed a crime should be allowed to come into our country through the.
I said no person that illegally came into the country should be allowed to come into the country.
So it's such an irredeemable crime that they are not allowed to stay in the country. Right, but
no,
Trump,
I'm saying they can go back.
Felonies, that's redeemable. He can become president.
You're playing with like semantics here, dude. I don't know. It's just
what do you mean by semantics,
dude? It literally the fact that people can hop over go over the border, right? That means that they're illegal. I don't care if they get deported back because they were here illegally and then they apply for citizenship and get it legally. That's fine. That's the ideal
They
situation.
shouldn't have to leave the country.
Why?
Because who gives a flying fuck if they came to the country undocumented, if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime? Our legal pathways, listen, our legal pathways would not have restricted them from coming to the country. Okay? So what the fuck is the point of deporting them? It's a waste of time.
It's not. The fact that they came in illegally is a... Dude, this doesn't make any sense to me, this argument.
What is the point of our legal process of immigration?
To have everybody fully on file, know their whole background and all of that, and be able to, I don't know, for lack of a better word, like track everyone.
Yeah, and to keep the safety and security of this country. So if you give someone a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country, it incentivizes them to go through the vetting process to the greatest extent. And our current legal process of immigration wouldn't have restricted them from coming to the country. That's why they go through the vetting process. So we're still vetting them. We're getting them vetted to a greater extent if we actually provide the pathway to citizenship.
After they're already in the country. After they're already in the country.
But that's the best way to incentivize them to actually go through a process of vetting.
Okay, but what else does that incentivize? Other people just coming into the country and doing it that way. Like, you can't have both.
That's why you have the legal process quick, where they go through the vetting process quick. That incentivizes them to go through the legal process. And it will make it an easier job for law enforcement to deal with anyone who's actually a threat to our safety and security, like people specifically like Donald Trump held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
But again, okay. But dude, how is it that every time immigration goes up, crime goes up?
It doesn't. It actually goes down. The crime rate goes down specifically due to the fact that immigration goes up because immigrants commit a lower rate of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime. Undocumented and documented immigrants commit lower rates. What's that?
Definitely not true. I feel like that's not true.
Undocumented immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than even legal immigrants. And legal immigrants commit crimes at lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens.
From, dude? That's a completely just bullshit statistic.
What's that from? It's from the bibliography in my bio. There's a works cited page with an entire page of different sources that indicates that immigrants, documented and undocumented, commit lower rates of crime. You can also look up PNS.
Okay, and you wouldn't say that's skewed at all? So,
what's that?
So you're saying that what? They send out a mail to illegal immigrants and whatever one sign it saying they don't do any crimes? Like, that's how, like, how is the survey for undocumented?
Why don't you look at the methodology?
Okay, what is it? Where is it?
It depends on what study you're referencing. Different studies use different methodologies. Now, specifically, if you're talking about like there's, how do you figure out a method of estimating it? That's what the study's for. Is it tells you the methodology, and then the methodology is then allows for them to form conclusions, right? But you can look at all the different studies. You can check all the different methodologies and see which one you agree with.
So where was this specific study on
bibliography?
Undocumented immigrants?
Bibliography in my bio. Click on the sources page. And then click on immigration. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen
on
and
your
get it out to more people. Yes, my link tree in my bio.
And then it's what, bibliography?
Yeah, you click on the works cited page, the bibliography. It says sources.
And then it's in that?
Yeah.
That study?
Yeah, there's multiple.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm looking for that specific one because that doesn't seem right to me at all. That seems like just...
It is totally right. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
January 26, 2005.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
It's immigration policies.
Okay. What about his immigration policies?
Well, I like the fact that he's deporting illegal immigrants.
Name one benefit from deporting undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
It'll cost us less money than it would to keep them here.
That's just not true, because actually they specifically provide tax revenues into our system, right? So it is the case that like the idea that you're referencing the cost is ridiculous because they actually provide more into our system than they take from it.
So you're telling me they're paying taxes without getting the benefits?
I'm saying they're paying taxes and they receive less benefits. Yes.
Okay. So you believe mass amnesty is the plan? Why didn't that work with Reagan?
How did it fail?
Well, it just made more illegal crossings happen.
Was it coupled specifically with a faster, quicker immigration process?
That's what they said they were going to do.
But did they?
That's
do
what
that?
they said they were. They said they were going to do that, but they didn't.
Okay, so then if that were able to occur, then it would be a better condition.
But they
also, like, it leading to more undocumented immigration doesn't necessarily mean that it in of itself is bad.
Why wouldn't it be better to actually give a better route for them to get over legally?
It would be better to do both. Mass amnesty and a better route for people to come through the legal process.
That's not what any Democrat is doing.
That's what I'm advocating for.
You're okay, but if nobody on the left is advocating for that other than YouTubers, what does that mean?
Well, over time, the population will support a certain type of policy, and then the candidates will more likely adopt those types of policies.
Okay, it still has. They've tried mass amnesty many times, and it's never worked.
What failed? You never told me actually what failed.
Exactly what you mentioned. It wasn't fast enough. They didn't protect the border, and just more.
Those
it just
are fails of mass amnesty. Answer this question.
It just incentivizes.
Name one societal net benefit from deporting undocumented immigrants that have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes.
It helps with wages for unskilled Americans.
Okay, so you're saying it helps with wages? Can you give me any evidence?
Well, because mass immigration lowers wages for Americans without... Yes, I can. George J. Borges.
What's your title?
The labor demand curve is downward sloping, remaxing the impact of immigration on the labor market.
All right. Let's take a look at this.
Labor working paper.
The National Bureau of Economic Research?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where does it say that it reduces wages?
It says 2 to 3% per, I think, 10,000, or per 10% increase of immigration.
It says 10% increase in supply of labor. So would you agree that it is the case that you would also disagree with having more children because it increases the labor force?
No. I knew you were going to say that. And it's not the same because when you're having children, it's not as fast as people who are already going into the job force.
But over time, it would create the same effect. Do you agree? It would reduce wages?
No, that's not how it works.
A 10% increase in supply would reduce wages by 3 to 4%?
It doesn't drop wages when it takes time like that.
What? You repeat?
People being born doesn't drop wages because it's
why not?
over a long period of time, not all at once.
Wait, so then, like, if you're saying that if
so
there was
you think babies being born can be in the workforce part?
So if there was a baby boom, would that cause a decrease in wages? Once they went into the workforce.
Maybe not because we're putting money into the revenue. We're spending money.
So if there was a 10% increase in the amount of children that we're having, would there be a 3 to 4% decrease in wages?
No, that's not how it works. I already told you.
Once they engage in the labor force. Once they get into the labor force. Come on, man. Keep up.
Because that's not how it works. We're going to be spending money before we're in the labor force.
What's the distinction between it being a native-born U.S. citizen going into the labor market and an
because
immigrant?
We're going to be in America for 18 years of our life before we start working, and we're going to be committing to the community in America while they're just coming here and getting into the workforce.
You know that immigrants also demand goods and services, right?
Then why is the wage dropping? I gave you the source and you didn't even read it, did you?
Wait, no, I've seen this particular. This is like one of the only people in the context of economics that makes
The
this type
most
of
major
claim.
one, right?
No, it's one of the only people that makes this claim. So, and
he's made it multiple times. Look at his new paper.
He can keep saying it as much as he wants. That doesn't justify, like, again, most economists what they.
Did you read it?
And secondly, I've only read parts of it because, again, you just cited it to me. I'm familiar with Borges though. But in terms of this, I'm taking the conclusion. If you're saying that an increase in the supply of the labor market is going to then lead to a reduction in wages, well, then you're going to agree with me that an increase in the amount of children that we have is going to lead to a reduction in wages.
That's just not true. That's a nuanced question.
No,
because
it's not.
why didn't that happen with baby boomers then?
Oh, okay. Well, then why doesn't it happen with immigration then?
Because they are doing stuff to help the actual society in America.
Wait, say that one more time.
Because they're actually like putting money into the GDP before they're like for their whole life, while immigrants are just getting here and being put into the workforce.
Explain to me how that's specifically going to reduce the impact of the reduction in wage. Because I've just said multiple times, once they enter the labor force, you're like not listening.
I'm still telling you, studies say that that's just not true.
Okay, well, so studies, are they by Borges? Or do you accept from other economists?
Well, can you show me the main people
do you accept
that
it from other economists?
I mean, I accept stuff from other economists, but
and how about this? Immigrant children, do you think that they'd have this impact on the labor market?
No, because their birth rate is also dropping.
Wait, no. So immigrant children do not have this impact on the labor market?
Well, are you saying children that are born from immigrant parents or that are coming here from other countries as children?
People that come here from other countries as children.
I don't think so, no. Because they don't have the same ideals as
But that's immigration, is that not?
It is, but it's that would still be directly correlated.
So immigration doesn't lower the wage of competing workers?
Okay, can you give me the percentage of actual children versus adults that are immigrating?
No, I want you to answer that question.
Can you say
why would immigrant children specifically not produce this reduction in wages if immigration as a whole lowers wages?
Because there's a very small amount of actual immigrant children coming over versus immigrant adults.
So you're saying that, again, wait, where in the study does it say that this trend is only true in the context of adults versus children? Oh, wait, it doesn't say that. You made this up.
No, I didn't. I mean, if you read the paper, it shows why native white.
Tell me where in the paper it says that.
No, in the paper it shows why native born, like why birth rate doesn't affect wages, how immigration does.
Where does it say that? I'm looking at the PDF right now. Where does it say that?
Let's see. I think this was
Do you accept other studies, or do you only accept them from Borges?
Okay, what study do you have to give me?
That there's no negative impact in terms of wages?
Okay. Can you give me the source and your proof? And
Yeah. I got you. Give me 1 second. By the way, my chat thinks you're Caleb. Are you Caleb?
I am not Caleb. No, definitely not.
Okay, I don't know why people think you're Caleb.
Caleb is low IQ. He didn't know what he was talking about.
Okay. What makes you think he is, but you aren't?
Because I just gave you sources, and he couldn't even give you a single source.
What do you mean? I'm literally citing it for you right now. I'm literally just grabbing it for you. What's the issue?
No, I'm saying Caleb couldn't give you a source. I gave you Borges, which is a very well-known source.
Yeah, but he's just a right-wing source. You understand that? Like, that's just a claim from a right-wing economist. That's not a claim
You're
that's
just a
substantiated.
grifter, okay? And you're just a grifter for the left wing.
Oh, wait, you call me a grifter because I called out that being a right-wing economic analysis when most economists do not indicate that?
No, I'm calling you a grifter for other things.
Okay, what makes me a grifter?
I don't want to say it.
Tell me.
Well, I called you out on it the other day.
I've already talked to you?
No.
So then how'd you call me out on it the other day?
On Twitter.
Okay. All right. So do you wanna tell me why? I didn't see that on Twitter. I don't go on Twitter.
Nah, it's just you like to put people's names in your mouth, you know, just when they start to get famous.
Who?
I know you know who I'm talking about, Parker. You're smart as hell. You know who I'm talking about.
No, you can tell me.
But
I want you to say it. I want you to say it.
I don't want to say it.
I want you to acknowledge where you're getting this information from, and I also want you to acknowledge what you agree with as well.
No, I'm just saying. I mean, it's the whole reason your main account is banned. Probably like.
No. My main account is banned because of guest misinformation.
All these new people. Yeah, I don't want to be.
Do you want to answer it? Tell me who.
Okay, but you know who it is, right? Can we agree?
Then tell me. Just tell me. Why can't you say it?
Why can't you say it?
We're waiting. If you don't, I'll just kick you. Like, I actually genuinely want to. I want to provide this for you, but like, please.
No, it's Nick.
Can you stop doing this? This is really annoying.
Doing what?
Yeah. You know what you're doing.
Said it.
Answer the question.
I said it was Nick.
It was who? Nick? Nick Fuentes? By the way, he just got a flag. He unironically just got a flag. I would love to go over this. You can look up a title. It's Immigration and Wage Distribution in the United States, and it's something that goes over, even and includes Borges, but it talks about the difference and compares them to other sorts of studies. So it would be a better analysis on the matter. But yeah, it looks like he was a right-winger. Look, again, the right-wingers, they always cite the Borges guy. They always cite like super far right-wing people. Jennifer, thank you for the $10 for the grift. TLT, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Darling, thank you so much for the $1. He literally, Nick Fuentes is a white supremacist. That's who Nick Fuentes is. He's the guy who went like viral for saying, your body, my choice right after the election. He's literally a white supremacist. Yo, what's up, Helen?
Hi, hello. Mom, he accepted you. Okay, I'm 25.
What's your birth year?
That's a good question, sir. You're looking pretty mighty fine.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. So the next person. And for everyone in my chat disputing it, for like the people who are fans of Nick, he self-identifies as a racist. Unironically self-identifies as a racist. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19, Parker. And I see the light. I know the truth.
Do you support
you
Donald
can't
Trump?
lie to me, Parker. I see everything.
Do you support
I know
Donald
it
Trump?
all. Do you know what MAGA stands for, Parker?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do. I do, in fact.
If you could go back
and
in
I
time
see
and-
the truth, Parker. I know. You can't lie to me, Parker. You can't lie to me.
If you could go
I
back
know
in-
the truth, Parker.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald motherfucking Trump!
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
September 26th. It's my birthday.
For sure. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Probably Trump because the main reason is that I'm pro-life.
Okay. People were saying you were on Dean's Live and that you're not 18.
I am 18, but he wasn't sure if he should believe me.
Did
But we debated for maybe like 4 minutes.
Did he end up not believing you?
I don't know if he didn't believe my age or the fact that I wasn't someone else because he pulled up one of my reposts and was like, I think you've been up here before.
Okay. Have you debated
But
me?
I don't understand that because, I mean, it was like a pretty good debate and I'm not good at debating.
He didn't believe that she was 18. Okay, I believe the chat. I'm going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25. What's up, Parker?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Sure do.
What's your birth year?
1999.
What month?
December.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why so?
Why wouldn't I have?
Because he's a horrible person. His horrible policy.
Like what? What's his worst policy?
His big, beautiful bill. It cuts 420,000 children on average per month off of free school lunch and breakfast. 2.5 million people on average per month off of their food stamps. Over 10 million people off of their health insurance. It adds $3.4 trillion to the debt.
Do you know anyone personally that's been negatively affected by that?
Well, a lot of these go impact later on, and also that doesn't mean that just because I don't know someone impacted by it doesn't mean that like it wouldn't be like a legitimate impact of the bill.
Right.
Do you see people in the chat who would be impacted by it?
Do you want me to read the chat? Last time I was on with you,
Actually,
you
I have a
yelled at me
question.
for it.
Do you? Okay, you've already been on my live.
Yeah.
Okay, dude. MAGA can't look at the rules of the live. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Yosef, how old are you?
44.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. Who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Because he's the best. Nah, I mean, he's not the best, but definitely a better option than Kamala.
Okay, why is he the best? Or why is he a better option, sorry?
Because he just is. Let me ask you something. Why do you support modern day slavery?
I don't.
Yes, you do.
How so?
Because you defend illegal immigrants.
That doesn't mean I support slavery. What?
Well, I'm going to break it down to you. I'm going to break it down. Relax.
Go ahead. I believe everyone in the country who has...
Listen.
My microphone. I believe everyone... So sorry. Let me just say. I believe everyone in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship, right? Where they don't have to leave the country. So they would be considered in the country legally. Explain to me how that's slavery.
Check it out. If they are only able to work specific jobs for a lower wage than Americans would make,
well, I would give them a pathway to citizenship, so that wouldn't be allowed.
Why is that not slavery?
So are you
making
saying that,
less money?
So
making less money.
So are you saying that if you do not give them a pathway to citizenship, that you are in support of slavery?
Making less money than American citizens would, and American citizens don't even want to work those jobs. So I guess those jobs are just designated for illegal immigrants, right?
No, I think that undocumented immigrants should be given a pathway to citizenship.
Answer the question. Are those jobs designated for illegal immigrants only?
No.
Then why is nobody else working them?
Again, I was just acknowledging that undocumented immigrants,
Why is
specifically.
nobody
Can I
working
please
them that live
address
in
this?
America?
What's up?
You're dodging the question.
You're not letting me answer said question.
Go ahead. My apologies, Parker.
Yeah, if we give undocumented immigrants a pathway to citizenship, then they wouldn't specifically be granted as a quote unquote second class citizen within our society, because they would be not able to be exploited based upon our laws to the same degree as any other citizen. So why are jobs particularly done by undocumented immigrants typically not done by people who are not undocumented? Well, because it is the case that since they are paid under minimum wage, it's likely that those types of jobs, right, are not profitable at minimum wage, right, or any other higher wage. That's possible. It could just be the employers just decide to choose to do that, and they can get away with it, so they commonly do that.
Or they take advantage of them?
Yes,
right?
I think that they should be held accountable for taking advantage of them.
Absolutely. Because it's not right, because it looks like, you see what it looks like. It just looks like they're the only ones that are capable of doing those types of jobs. Nobody else. No one else. You see how that looks, right?
So do you agree with me that my position is not slavery?
It looks like it.
How?
And you support the shit out of it because you just want more and more. But they're not really even affecting our economy because there's like no droughts in fruits or veggies, right? The flow is just flowing. You keep trying to make it seem like it is so affected. But like our economy is so affected by all these deportations, but Trump hasn't even deported many people at all. So it must be that he's focusing on more of the violent ones since he hasn't deported so many people. That's another thing you try to say, that Trump barely deported anyone compared to Biden, right?
It's because he's only 1/10 of the way.
Yeah, he just got started, obviously.
That like Obama was. So like he's only like 8 months into his administration.
So you support those people coming into the country and just working those specific jobs. That's what you support.
I support undocumented immigrants who have not had a violent crime or bad crime.
No, that
being given a pathway to citizenship.
No, you only support them working those specific jobs, though.
No.
You must.
No. No.
You must.
No.
Because they're the only ones that work them. Like, they're the only ones. Like, what the hell is wrong with you, Parker?
I think they should be given a pathway to citizenship, and I don't think that they should be exploited. And if it is the case that those jobs are not profitable at minimum wage, then I think that business should not be done.
So, they already have a pathway to citizenship. They already have one. It might be a little lengthy, but they already have one. So many people have done it already. So many. There's no reason why
they have to leave the country. I don't think they should have to leave the country, and I don't think it should take so long. And it would actually incentivize people to go through that process. Otherwise, you're going to incentivize people who are undocumented to stay in the country undocumented.
So how come, let me ask you a question though, Parker. You really care about people though?
Absolutely.
Do you truly care about people?
Absolutely.
Why are you and Dean not out in your communities helping?
We are right now.
The people
I'm doing it right now.
Yeah. You're not doing it. You're doing it behind your... I'm talking about out in your communities, dude. Why aren't you out there
This is
helping?
out in the community doing something. Like I'm literally doing something right now.
This is on TikTok.
Yes, this is in TikTok. That's in the community.
You barely protest. The only thing you protested was following Charlie Kirk
I protest every day. This is protest.
On TikTok.
Yes.
On TikTok.
Yes.
And you accomplished nothing.
In front of thousands of people.
You accomplished nothing.
This is accomplishing
You
something.
accomplished nothing.
I do accomplish
You accomplished nothing.
I do accomplish things.
No, you
You're
don't.
wrong.
Nothing's changing. Trump's still the president.
Wait. There are
And you're
people's
still
minds.
losing.
There are people's minds that are changing the
still
chat.
losing.
People are critically thinking to a greater extent. More people are educated in politics. People are
Oh,
getting involved to
yeah,
a greater
so
extent.
educated.
So I think that a lot of
And you're
things are
still
changing in
losing.
a more positive light when I
And you're
engage in these
still
types of
losing.
conversations rather than not engaging in the
still
conversations.
losing.
Wait,
And
so
you're still
so
losing.
just because it is the case that my side lost in the previous election doesn't mean that I'm not having a positive impact on things.
You're not having any kind of positive impact on
I am.
anything.
Just because you don't
No,
want to
you're not,
acknowledge. So just because you don't want to acknowledge
Kamala
my.
would have won.
So just because you don't
Kamala
want
would
to,
have won.
So just because you don't want to acknowledge.
Kamala
my-
would have won.
So just because you don't want to acknowledge my positive impact doesn't mean I do not have a positive impact. There are thousands of people, right, that are engaging now that weren't engaging prior because of the fact that they saw my content, and that's a reality. Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Erica, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Rebecca, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank
Oh
you.
my God. You
Delaney,
sound
thank you
as
so much. I
dumb
really
as you
appreciate it.
look.
Thank you, Delaney. Can we get some W's for Delaney in the comment section right now as well? Thank you, Delaney.
Sound so fucking dumb, Parker. You'll realize it one day.
Michael, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why do I sound dumb?
You'll realize it, man.
Why
One
do I
day you'll
sound
wake
dumb?
up.
I feel like you're about to
You
run
just
away.
did, bro.
I feel
Bro,
like you're about to run away.
you just-
So how am I dumb?
who's running away?
I feel like you're about to. Why am I dumb?
What I, dude?
Why
I have
am
no
I
reason
dumb?
to run, dude. I'm having a
An-
civilized conversation.
Answer
with
the
you,
question.
man.
Why am I dumb?
And I apologize for calling you dumb. I shouldn't be doing that. That's out of line, and I do apologize for that.
Okay.
That's wrong of me. Nobody deserves to be called that at all. Just because I don't agree with you doesn't mean you deserve to be called dumb. And I apologize.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Trump did say that smart people don't like him.
Listen, I don't get behind Trump all like that, bro, but he was definitely a better option than Kamala. Definitely
Why
was.
so?
Clearly, America thought so
Why so? Why do you think he was a better option?
because he won.
So just because
If
someone
Kamala
wins, that
really
means that they're a better
was-
option? Okay, I have a question. Do you think Hitler in the election that he won was the better option?
Dude, we're not going to freaking go tit for tat here talking about Hitler,
so
dude.
just
Stop.
because someone wins an
Stop.
election does not mean that they're the better
Stop.
candidate. Was Joe Biden the better
You weren't
candidate in
even around
2020?
then.
Was Joe Biden the better
You weren't
candidate?
even around.
Was Joe Biden the better candidate in 2020?
You weren't even around.
Was Joe Biden the better
Talk about
candidate?
something that's relevant,
I was.
dude.
Was Joe Biden the candidate or was the better candidate in 2020?
No.
But he won.
Bro, I don't know how.
Okay, so the candidate that wins is the better candidate.
it like this.
Therefore, Joe Biden was the better candidate. I tell you that he was the better candidate than
If the
Trump.
Democrats won twice in a row like they did, it would look a little suspicious. But, I mean, I don't fucking... Bro, he should not have won. He should not have. Look what he did to the fucking
Why
country.
didn't it look
Jesus
suspicious in 2008 and 2012?
Because I don't know how people got brainwashed with Obama. That's a whole other topic. That's a fucking whole other topic.
I don't think the people that were brainwashed were the people that supported Obama. I think it was the people that currently support Trump.
I really don't give a fuck about Trump, though. He's a piece of shit just as much as he's fucking doing good for the country.
So then
Is
why
that
would
fair
you
to
why
say?
would you support him for president, and why would you join a live arguing in his defense?
Because I can.
By the way, if you think that I'm not having any positive impact in the world, what positive impact do you think you're currently having?
I'm not trying.
Okay, so you agree that you don't have a positive impact on the world?
I'm just letting you know you're not changing shit.
I am.
Nothing. Then why isn't your circle bigger? Why is it not getting bigger? Why do you keep getting shut down?
I'm about to hit 1 million followers on Instagram. What are you talking about?
Good job. You want a cookie?
Well, you just said you just said I'm not growing. I just want to let you know, I have literally grown, right? 360,000 followers on Instagram in the past month. Okay, am I not
What's it
growing?
mean when it... Let me ask you a question.
Wait, am I growing? Yes or no? Wait, am I growing? Yes or no?
Sure, but what's it mean when it pops up restricted for certain people?
Oh, I don't know. That maybe it's a glitch.
It popped up for me. I don't... It just said restricted.
Maybe I should kick you because I didn't see that.
No, I don't know. It didn't say anything bad. It just said certain people. But anyway, what were you saying?
Okay, I don't know. So I don't even remember. What was I just
that
saying?
you're losing. That's right. You're losing.
How am I
Yes.
losing?
Just because you have 1 million followers doesn't mean they're all genuine supporters of yours. Like, let's be realistic. Like, stop.
Okay, well, I just want to let you know, there's over 7,000 people currently listening to me right now. I think I have enough supporters.
4,200 in TikTok. I don't know about YouTube.
3,000 almost on YouTube.
Yeah, that's not much.
That's
It's
not much. Over 7,000 people concurrently is not much.
How many are Trump supporters? How many are trolls? How many are bots? How many are freaking supporters?
Zero
Let's
bots.
be realistic.
Zero
Break it
bots.
down. Let's break it down, though. They're
Grateful,
not
thank you for
all your
$7.
supporters.
Well, I mean,
They're
I
not
get that.
all.
I get the level of views every day. What are you talking about? Alex with
That's
the
the only thing.
$250 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Alex in the comment section right now for the $250 for keep up the good work? Thank you so much, Alex. That is nuts. Thank you so much. Megan with the $20 for you 100% have a positive impact. Thanks to people like you and Dean, I've decided to go back to school in the spring and get a degree in political science. Thank you for what you do. Thank you so much. That's great. Jocelyn, thank you for the $10. Abby with the $10. Thank you so much. Jessica with the $5. Thank you. Katie with the $5. Jessica again with the $20 for you make a difference. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Elise, thank you so much for the $5. Tori, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Jessica with the $10. Thank you so much. Everyone's saying that I have a positive impact.
My apologies, Parker. You do change a lot. The only thing you do change is your view count. You're right. You're right.
No, I change people's minds.
You're right.
I change people. Wait, every
No,
single
you
day.
change your
Wait,
view
I just want to let you know.
count.
I just want to let you know. I know a lot of people.
Let you know.
Wait, a lot of
Let you
people.
know.
Listen.
Wait.
Listen.
What? Listen.
A lot of people make this claim, but the reality is not only do people change their minds in the comment section, but multiple people every single day who are debating me change their minds. You can watch my live every single day. I change people's minds, not only who are in the comment section, but who are debating me. Okay? So don't tell me I don't have a change when you can watch it on my live every single day. That's why when people claim, oh, Parker is doing nothing on the internet, he doesn't actually change anyone's minds, I laugh at that because I know damn well they have never fucking watched my live. Because every single day there's someone that changes their minds, not only on the live, but also in the comment section. And look, he just ran away. He just ran away. Look at that. Romy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Romy in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lola with the $30. Thank you so much, Lola. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. You've helped me grow so much on your lives. Thank you. Kathleen, thank you so much for the $20 from one of your bots watching the live. Thank you so much. Jessica with the $2 for you've def changed minds. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Chelsea with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For you have way more of an impact than this guy could ever hope to have. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jordan with the $20 for you do make such a huge impact. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them. Ursula, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Ariad, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Megan, thank you again for the $20. Grateful with the $7. Thank you. Indivisive, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1.50. Sage with the $5. Thank you. Chris, thank you so much for the $10. TJ with the $5. Thank you. Sarah with the $5. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for them in the comment section. Anna with the $3. Catelyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Joe with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Joe. Can we get some W's for all the gifters in the comment section right now? Thank you, everyone, for supporting the grift. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W's for supporting the grift. Thank you. Andy, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Tammy, thank you for the $5 for you're the one who changed me from red to blue. W's for Tammy in the comments section. Let's go. We love that. 9 lives. Thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Can we get some W's for everyone? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it so much. That's so kind of y'all. W's for everyone in the comment section right now. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if... Oh, he sent a guest request back. It looks like he accidentally dropped. Anthony, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Are you
Dude,
mad?
I would never run
mad
from you, man.
Are you mad people were sending me money?
No, not at all, dude. Do your thing, man. Jesus Christ. Why would I be mad at you, man? Why? What does that solve? Seriously. What does it solve?
Here, how about this? I'll solve something right now. Watch this. I'm going to take the conversation we were just having, and I'm going to make it productive. Watch this. Watch this. Could you name a Donald Trump policy that he influenced to get passed that you think is beneficial for the country?
That's all you care about is policy. You don't care about anything else. You stand on nothing. You have no beliefs. You care about nothing but your view count. Like, fuck Donald Trump's policies. All right?
Agreed.
Seriously.
Fuck Donald Trump's policies. They're dog
Fuck his
shit.
policies.
Yeah, they're horrible.
Like,
You said I have no beliefs. You want to know one thing I do believe? You want to know one thing I do believe?
Good.
That you're deflecting. That's a belief right there. That's a belief. I also believe that we should have universal health care access. I also believe in universal child care access. I believe in paid maternity leave and paternity leave and paid family leave. I believe in expanding workers' rights and union membership in this country. I believe in greater worker democracy in the context of the workplace and incentivizing worker cooperatives to exist to a greater extent. I believe in more affordable housing and more affordable education and free public universities, right, for people to have access to that actually provide for competition in the context of university markets, right? You want to know what I also believe? I believe in a system that... I believe
in that.
Oh, you don't want me to tell you what I believe? Go ahead.
You believe in monologuing. That's what you believe in.
Go ahead.
You just believe in monologuing.
Then go ahead.
That's all. Go ahead with what? You think I want to sit up here and fight you or something? I'm just letting you know that you're really not changing anything. You're really not. You might influence a certain demographic, but that's it.
That's changing something,
That is
you idiot.
the fuck it.
I'm sorry, that's changing something. Influencing a difference is a change, you idiot. What are you talking about?
You ain't changing shit like you think you are.
Then how am I influencing? What is influence? What does influence mean?
Just because you're on TikTok doesn't mean you're out there really.
Wait. Answer this question. What does influence mean?
It means you influence people. But look at the age
Tell
group
me,
you're
you just
influencing.
using influence in the definition of influence gives me no idea what influence means.
Most of the people that come up are kids. Like, come on, man.
Everyone who comes up is an adult.
You
They
get
have
a lot
to be
of
an
kids
adult to
coming
debate
up
me.
too, man. You get a lot of trolls, a lot of kids. You barely get Trump supporters anymore because nobody wants to talk to you.
Because
really.
nobody wants to support
I just
Donald
wanna
Trump.
let you know that.
Because it's so indefensible.
I'm just up
because
here
no one will debate me
giving
because
you
they're
some
so
company
scared.
because you look
You won't
alone.
even debate me
You
on
look-
any
you look
actual
lonely.
policy right now because you're so scared.
You
You have to
look
try and
lonely.
rage bait me. You'd rather
You
rage
look
bait
lonely,
me.
Park.
You would rather rage bait me and troll me than try to actually engage in a meaningful debate. I tried to productively engage with you, and instead of actually engaging with that, all you've done is sit there and act like I don't have any beliefs. And then right after, I showed you what all my beliefs were. So then again, tell me, what policies of Donald Trump's do you actually support?
Deportation.
Okay, what deportation policy?
All of it. Get them out of here. Let's go.
Okay, what deportation policy? Name one.
Dude, a policy doesn't fucking mean everything. That's all you care about.
Name one
There's
thing.
policy this, policy that. That
I'm
doesn't
just
run the fucking country, you idiot.
Yes, it does. The policy, quite literally, is how a
not everything.
candidate influences
It's
the
not
government, how it operates.
everything.
It
It's
is.
not everything.
It's how
if it was everything, Kamala
it's mostly
would have
everything.
Won. You would have won. She would have won because she had
you
better
agree
policy, right?
You agree Kamala
That's
Harris
what you
has better
say?
policy? Did you just agree that
That's
Kamala
what
Harris
you
has better
say?
policy? No, you just agreed with that. You just agreed with
What?
that. She does have better policy.
here we
I
go.
agree.
Oh, you just agreed.
Well,
I
you
said
agree-
that's
wait.
what you think. That's
No,
what you think.
That's
She
the
has
reality.
better policy.
That's the reality.
The reality is you think she has better policy, right?
Yes.
Then why didn't she win, you jackass?
Because people attributed
You
inflation.
fucking jabbering butt plug. Shut up.
You're so mad,
Like,
bro.
you sound
Stay triggered.
dumb.
You're a snowflake. You're a snowflake. You can't accept
know.
facts in reality. You're so mad.
No, you can't beat me in real life, though.
What? You think I would want to get in within a mile of you in real life? Get a grip,
What?
dude. How about you engage with an actual dialogue of what we're talking about? Policies do matter. Policies influence how the candidate influences the country, right? Other than that, you can talk about how rhetoric could do so, but neither of those would be better on behalf of Donald Trump. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Actual crash out, bro. Actual crash out. Yo, what's up? How old are you? So here's what it is, chat. He was projecting. Because no one can have a productive conversation with him, he thinks that all conversations are not productive. That's actually called a composition fallacy. So just because some conversations are not productive does not mean all conversation is unproductive. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker.
How old are you?
I'm 20, bro.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Bro, I think Donald Trump is a bad human being. As far as being the president, I don't know, bro.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
That's a good question. I don't know, bro. I didn't even vote.
I don't know why you're sending a guest request then. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker has a mount pussy.
What? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Like, what a weirdo. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yep.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump all day long.
For sure. And why is that?
Because he ain't a pushover like the last bunch was.
Okay. What makes you think that?
Well, because for one, a Chinese spy balloon fucking went over the whole United States of America before they shot it down in the ocean. You think Trump would have let it get it fucking that far in the United States?
What would he have done?
He'd have shot it down before it crossed the fucking border.
Okay. So what did they get from that?
I mean, they could have put stuff on us to kill us or anything. But they decided to let it go.
Stuff on us to kill us?
China, they sure could have.
Okay, so
They could have put a virus right through here. Yeah.
No.
That's the way it works.
It was a spy balloon. With a spy balloon, you can't do that.
You don't know what they're.
Why would they do that with a spy balloon? Why wouldn't they do that with anything else?
Why would they have a spy balloon in the United States airspace?
Yeah, you can investigate that yourself. That's what we did. We investigated.
Why would? No, we didn't.
Yes, we did.
They shot it over in the damn ocean, and Biden said, "I told them to shoot it down on a Wednesday."
Okay, what's your critique?
Why'd they let it get that far in America's airspace for?
Well, I mean that would be an explanation
that's what
of any candidate because that's been true under both Trump and under. That was true under Trump and it was true under the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, you think China would let the United States send a weather balloon, spy balloon, whatever it was, in their airspace? You think we would let it cross?
Does that matter? Like, what did they get from it?
It don't matter what they got from it. It should have never happened.
Okay, so if they didn't get anything from it, what matters? Because we can talk about plenty of things that shouldn't have happened. Oh, you know what also shouldn't have happened? You remember the signal chat?
Or anything.
What's up?
They could have spread a virus over us or anything. They was just testing to see how far they could push it. Like I said, you think Donald Trump would have let it come in United States airspace and cross to South Carolina?
Yeah.
If you do, you full of shit.
Yeah, I think it would have come into the country. I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it wouldn't. It would have got shot. It would have got shot down when it crossed the border.
Okay, how do you know?
You notice they don't try that stupid shit now.
How do you know?
You notice they don't try that stupid shit now.
So okay, did they do it under Obama's Edmund?
It was Biden they did it under.
They didn't do it under Obama?
Obama was just as much as a fuck up as Biden was.
And did they do it under Obama?
Hell, Obama was probably the one running the country when Biden was president.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Okay, what makes you think that?
Because old man had dementia, wasn't even able to be president.
He doesn't have dementia. What evidence do you have that he has dementia?
I don't.
Exactly.
I can just tell.
Okay. Do you have any good reason to believe that it was Obama that was the one running the country? Because under the same way that you just say it was Obama, I could say currently who's running the country, right, is some random person as well. I could say right now, you know who's running the country?
Yeah, the Trump administration.
No. It's actually actually Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, I know it.
Do you believe that?
No,
Why not?
because he knows his limits.
No, it's because you have no good reason to believe that, right?
No.
It's because you have no good reason to believe that. And then the same thing would be true when in reference to Joe Biden and Barack Obama. Okay? There was no good evidence to indicate that Obama was the president. Okay?
There's neither one worth a damn. Obama and Biden. Obama and Biden, neither one was worth a damn.
What are you talking about? Why'd you just randomly say that?
They was pushovers. That's what I mean.
Okay, what does that mean?
They was weak pushovers.
What does that mean?
Other countries laughed at us when they was president.
Can you give me an example? Because I can give you an example of Trump being laughed at.
Now we mean something. Now they know we mean fucking business.
Wrong. The G7
No,
summit,
not
there are
wrong.
multiple world leaders that laughed at Trump.
I don't give a fuck what they did. They know. They know we would blow their ass up in a heartbeat.
There's less public confidence in Trump than there was Harris.
Russia and shit laughed at fucking Biden.
So actually, if you look at countries around the world, they had a higher confidence rating for Kamala Harris doing the best thing.
No, they was weak.
If you look at countries around the world, there was a higher confidence rating for Kamala Harris doing the best thing for international affairs than Donald Trump. Donald Trump has an extremely low confidence rating for doing the best thing for world affairs.
They laughed at Biden.
No, can you give me one example of that? I can actually give you an example. I can actually give you an example of Donald Trump being laughed at.
With all these other countries, when Biden was president, we was laughed at because they know they could get by with anything.
Which country?
All of them. Any
Name
of them.
one.
Any of them wanted to do anything.
Name one.
Russia, China, North Korea, South Korea.
No, they didn't laugh at us. They actually, Putin actually laughed at Trump. Putin conned Trump. Trump is now pro-Ukraine and just acknowledged that now that he's done research on the topic, that they can take back the entirety of Ukraine.
Why was we even involved in the Ukraine war?
Well, Trump is involving us.
Biden already had us involved.
Yeah, but Trump is continuing to involve
Biden
us.
was already sending billions and billions and billions. Trump cut that shit out.
because Biden realized what Trump has just realized.
Trump cut the shit out.
No, he didn't. He actually brought back the funding, and now he's saying that they can take back of everything in which Ukraine has lost, including which would include Crimea. That's what Trump said himself. So actually, they're funding Ukraine to the same extent as what the Democrats would have done. We're just in a worse position to defend Ukraine now because he left. I guess violent behaviors. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. He got taken down for violent behaviors. Interesting. Aviana, thank you so much for the $1. I actually, it's not even open anymore. I should get rid of that. Catelyn, thank you so much for the $5. Amanda, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you so much. Kimberly, thank you for the $30. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words. That's amazing to hear. Skylar, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Skylar. Kelsey, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I'm just glad that you're here. Thank you so much. Sierra, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. W, Sierra, that's amazing. I'm so glad that I inspired you. Liz, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Liz. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Tammy, thank you so much for the $5. Jade with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone's been so nice saying all that I've changed. Like that's literally so nice. Andy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Ryan, as well. Thank you for the £2. Let's go on to the next person here, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria left on the TikTok screen. Let's go to the next person real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2006. I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Do you support?
Wait, do you support Donald Trump actually?
killing babies? Yeah, I said yeah.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Do you support abortion?
I'm pro-choice.
No, what does that mean?
I think that I think abortion access should be legal.
So you think someone should be able to kill their child because
I don't
even
think
in
it's a
worst
child
case
prior to
scenarios-
sentience.
What?
I don't think it's a child prior to the point in which it's sentient.
At what point does it become a child?
20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
Why is that? It already has a heartbeat before that.
A heartbeat doesn't determine the value of a person. Push the fireworks. Thank you so much. I think it's the subjective experience.
What? The heartbeat doesn't determine the value of a person.
Yeah.
Do you believe in God? Or do you believe in evolution?
There are a lot of Christians who believe in evolution, and a lot of people who believe in God that believe in
All
evolution.
right, well,
but
do you believe
I
in
don't
life?
believe in. I
Or
don't believe in
are you
God.
an atheist?
I'm an agnostic atheist. Yeah.
No, you don't? Okay. All right, well, I don't really, there's not really much I can say because you don't really believe that there's really purpose to life, you know? So
do
if you don't believe that
purpose to life.
there's a... You do?
Yeah.
Like what? Like, so why are we on this earth? Just pure chance or what?
Well, it's just we happen to be. Yeah. I mean, it's pure chance under your view, under your view as well. Like your parents decided to have intercourse that particular time that created you, rather than creating a different baby.
Well, no,
So
yeah.
you
but
exist
God
by chance
knows
as well.
everything.
Everyone
He knows
exists by
exactly what
chance.
happened. Yeah, but you believe we just bang and we're here. And what? You're a very smart guy and you have all these crazy beliefs and that just came to you? What? Because you did your research, you did all your research and everything. How does the eye work? You know the atheist.
So
You're
I
an atheist.
don't know what caused the Big Bang. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. But like, so something has to cause. So we just came from nothing, or what? So just boom, done. Like, I mean, that doesn't make sense. You have to understand how that doesn't make sense. But
I didn't provide an explanation. How could no explanation make sense or not make sense? There was a lack of an explanation. What are you talking about?
I'm asking you for an explanation.
I'm saying I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. How can you? So something has to be. Two things have to come together to make something, or one thing has to make something else. You can't just
What made
something
God?
just boom and we're here. Like that doesn't make sense.
What made God?
Huh? God's been here. God is outside of time.
Okay, so God's always been. Okay, if God's always been, couldn't you say there's some natural fact of reality that's always been that led to our existence, and it's completely natural?
Natural fact of you gotta rephrase that, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, there's some natural precondition for reality. Is that possible?
God made it. God made it.
Is it possible that there's some natural precondition for reality that always existed?
I'm not sure, bro. I
That is
don't really know
possible.
much
That is
of science.
logically
All I know is
possible.
what?
That is logically possible. It is possible that there's a natural explanation. Now, I don't believe that it's a natural explanation necessarily, but I believe that it's possible.
All I know is I'm out here walking around looking at God's beautiful stars and nature, and there's no way this just bang and we're here. And I also believe that if God made us, and so like if you did believe in God, would you believe abortion is like murder or no? If you did believe in God.
I don't think Christianity is even possible.
That doesn't.
But if I were Christian,
make any sense.
I would hold the position.
No, not Christian. Just if you believed in God.
I would hold the same position.
I'm just saying, if you believe in God. So you believe that say there is a God, and you don't believe it, but say there is a God, and He made the process of people having intercourse and having a kid. Right when those two things come together, a baby is born, a baby is made, and the heartbeat starts. So at what point would that become murder, to kill it and just... Have you ever like seen an abortion?
The point in which
or, like
it's
watched a video on it? Bro, it is hard. It's gut-wrenching.
Okay, cool.
Hello? Have you ever seen it?
No. Now, do you want to answer my question?
No, have you ever seen an abortion? It is demonic, bro. They rip it limb for limb. They rip it limb for limb. Literally,
hey, dude.
Some
Can I tell you something?
They
most
will rip
most
you
abortions happen when they don't even have any defined limbs.
I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, most abortions happen when they do not have any defined limbs.
Yo. Okay, but that's not all abortions. And still it has a heartbeat and it has feelings, it has nerves.
Wait, no, it doesn't have a subjective experience until...
It's mind-boggling to know that some people believe...
Hey, it doesn't have a subjective experience, right, but before 20 through 24 weeks. So there's no experience of pain.
Subjective experience. Yeah, because they're dead, bro. They're in heaven with Jesus. At least we know that. But it's gut-wrenching to know
I can
that some
critique your
people
views on heaven, but the reality is that, like, again, how about this? Do you believe in separation of church and state?
Separation of church and state? What do you mean?
Do you think religious reasons are a good reason for something to be illegal?
Religious regions. I mean, Jesus is the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through him. If you truly get a shot, bro, I truly think you can change your life and change your beliefs and change the way you think of things. So I believe, if I truly believe what I believe, then I believe that, yes, Jesus is the way, the truth, and life. So Jesus changes everything. And yes, so I believe that if I believe in Jesus, then abortion is murder. So I believe it.
Do you believe in separation of church and state?
Answer your question. Dude, I just answered your question. What are you talking about?
What was the answer?
Is that not what I just said? The answer is yes. If I truly believe in Jesus, I don't believe in all religions. If I truly believe in Jesus, then he's the only way. Okay. So yes, I believe that whatever the Bible says should be true and is true, and whatever the Bible says should, whatever you just said, answer your question. Separation.
Okay, then let me ask you this question. Do you believe that adultery should be illegal? It is a violation of one of the 10 Commandments. Should it be illegal?
Yeah. Yes, 100%.
Okay, so Donald Trump should be in prison for adultery because he's cheated on every single one of his wives?
Wait, say it again?
Donald Trump has cheated on every single one of his wives, therefore he should be in prison for adultery?
No, he definitely should be punished. Like, that is wrong. But a bunch of these girls just want the attention and a bunch of them are lying. That's a fact.
Wait, we're talking about cheating, right? Him cheating. No, they aren't lying. What? We're talking about them, like, for example,
Sorry, someone passed by. Keep going.
You think women would lie about having sex with Donald Trump consensually?
Yeah.
Why?
It's actually multiple people have because they want the attention.
Really? Who?
Dude, I don't. Look it up right now. Look it up.
Who would do that? I'm serious. Who would do that?
Dude, we live in a cruel world. Who would murder somebody? Who would murder someone just for what for their beliefs?
Dude, I'm sorry. What type of changing the topic is that? Answer my question.
I literally just said.
Okay, so why would Stormy Daniels lie under oath and say that it looks like a mushroom if it is the case that they didn't actually engage in intercourse?
I'm not familiar with that situation, not gonna lie.
Well, Stormy Daniels, under oath, talked about the set of encounters that occurred.
It is lagging. I couldn't hear you, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, man, I'm gonna go on to the next person. Coral, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Could your W's for them in the comment section. Be kind. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I get you. I get you. Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Again, thank you. W's for Anthony in the comment section right now. I really appreciate it. Let me also go on to the rest of the different messages. Tori, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Tori. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Tori in the comment section right now. Sophie, thank you for the $5. Charlotte, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Tomorrow, everyone, I should get my main account back. Just letting everyone know, tomorrow I should get my main account back. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request. Again, if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. Let's go on to this next person real quick. I think we have another hour and 30 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. Alrighty, let's go to the next person, everybody. D, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you, D. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. On TikTok, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen here on TikTok, everybody. Alrighty, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I would vote for him over Kamala.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2007. I was born in February.
Okay. If you could go, and you said you would vote for Donald Trump, why so?
If I had to compare the two, a big issue that I'm really concerned about is immigration. And before I go further, I do want to say that I was here at the beginning of your live today, and there were some people who joined and said some disgusting things. So I just want to apologize on their behalf because I was there for that. You probably remember what I'm talking about, and that was gross. But one thing that I'm really concerned about with the immigration thing is how many dangerous people were able to come over to our country during the Biden administration. And there was at least 100, there was over 200 known terrorists that were apprehended at the border, but 100 of them were actually released into the country, and they're still here, and there's Al-Qaeda present in our country.
Give me a source that the Biden administration released known terrorists in the country.
Okay, so in August of 2024, the House of Representatives released that information.
No, would you like to provide me a title of a source?
I would have to look it up. I don't know. I would have to look that up, but
I can give you time.
I mean, there was.
Like.
Okay, I'll look it up real quick.
For sure. In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, let's hit the thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes, everyone. I would really, really, really appreciate it if you like the stream. Let's get another person up to help them out in the meantime. Just unmute whenever you're ready. Let's get another person to help them up real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. On TikTok. Again, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube.
Okay, so I did find it.
Okay. Hold up 1 second.
It's on
What's
AI
up? How old are
overview.
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2005.
For sure. What month?
June.
For sure. I will address you here in a second. What'd you find?
Okay, so it's on AI overview. I know that you don't like to use that as a source. I would have to find an actual one, but it's saying in August 2024, the House Judiciary Committee Republicans alleged that the Biden-Harris administration had released at least 99 individuals on the terrorist watch list into the U.S. since January 2020.
I need a source other than an allegation.
Right, that's fair. But Okay. Well, my main concern would be that with so many people coming into our country undocumented, we wouldn't be able to track the ones. It would be a lot harder to track the ones that were committing crimes when we don't even know like who's in our country and who these people are. And that's a really big concern of mine.
Okay. Provide them a pathway to citizenship, and they will tell you who they are.
Well, then
If they
there'll
haven't
be a
committed a
fiscal
violent crime or
burden.
bad crime, provide them a pathway to citizenship. They do not have to leave the country.
But then they're going to strain resources on the actual American citizens. So why should we grant them amnesty?
Nope. Actually,
Yes.
they'll create more resources overall for our society. You know, the undocumented.
Okay, so
hold up. You know,
so
the
most of them don't have a high school education, right? And almost every high school dropout in America is a fiscal burden. So how would they, if they don't even
Can you
have a
give me
high
any
school
evidence that legal immigration leads to a fiscal burden?
my state's cutting 5% of their 5% of their services due to migrants. My city's cutting 5% of their services due to migrants.
One, I need a source for this in terms of the first claim.
Okay,
So
you
I need
want
a
a
source
source?
for that second claim. And in terms of immigration as a whole, it does not reduce the GDP, right? It increases the GDP. It
I
increases
never said
access to
GDP.
resources.
I didn't say GDP. I said fiscal burden. Just because sales value is going up doesn't mean the average American is not going to be having to pay more for these services, even though these people are paying. They're receiving more in federal benefits than they're giving into the federal government. We want
Not
the
true,
source
because
for
they have a higher labor force participation rate than natural-born U.S. citizens.
But once you give them eligibility to grant all the services, they will become a fiscal burden because they have no high school education. People who don't have
Again,
high school
I would like a
education
source for this, one. And two, there's no evidence that higher scale immigration leads to a greater strain on social services than in terms of tax revenue. I can show you Congressional Budget Office reports that indicates that it massively increases tax revenues to have a higher scale level of immigration. Actually, the immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration will lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the GDP by 2034.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So, what you said earlier about the pathway to citizenship, that could be a valid solution, but how would you go about that, like making that easier? Because right now, the part of the reason it's so complicated is because of like stringent eligibility requirements, and there has to be usually like English proficiency, and you have to pass like the citizenship test and like knowledge of U.S. civics and all that kind of stuff. And there's also stuff about continuous residence, all that kind of stuff. How would you go about making the pathway to citizenship a little easier without like compromising the system that we have?
I mean, I don't think there needs to be a civics test that they need to take. That's an example. Like I want a vetting process that it checks specifically health and criminal background. That there's no reason to go any other than that.
Okay, interesting.
So I have a question for you. If illegal immigrants granted amnesty, if they cost them average American taxpayer...
And wait, let me clarify, by the way. With health, I mean like we provide vaccines for people who need vaccines.
Okay, can you answer my question?
That's like an
If the
example.
average illegal immigrant that was granted amnesty cost the American taxpayer $200,000...
You're covering your microphone. It's kind of hard to hear you.
Oh, wait, do you hear me better now?
Yeah.
If the average illegal immigrant granted amnesty cost the average American taxpayer $200,000 in a fiscal burden in their lifetime, would you have any issue with that? Would you care if these people take more federal revenue? I mean, more federal.
That's not a net fiscal burden.
Wait, can I address some comments real quick?
No.
Okay.
That's not a net fiscal burden. You're only just
They
talking
would
about,
become a net fiscal
like
burden.
there's a fiscal burden for any U.S. citizen.
If illegal immigrants granted amnesty, they will be a net fiscal burden.
Please provide me a single source.
You want a source that high school people who do not have a high school education are
I want a
fiscal burden?
source. I want a source that immigration leads to then a higher physical burden per individual, or fiscal, not physical.
Well, this isn't immigration.
I read physical in the comment section because they were making a joke. Sorry.
Wait, do you want I have my 5% source up right now. Do you want that right now?
Go ahead. What's your title?
Migrant crisis to cause 5% across the board budget cuts for all NYC agencies by Eyewitness News, ABC.
Alrighty.
People are saying I would not have passed the test, bro.
Okay, cool. In the wake of the migrant crisis, they say that Eric Adams said that he was forced to slash the city budget. That's what he just claimed.
Yeah, he had to cut the city budget 5% for all New York City agencies. So we had less Medicare.
I think they just claimed that. They didn't actually just like provide any source for it. They just claimed that they did so because of that.
ABC Eyewitness News is lying. Is that not a trustworthy source for you?
No, I'm looking at ABC right now. It's just a claim from Eric Adams that because of the fact that it's in the situation of the migrant crisis, not because there's any evidence of that. It was just a claim.
He's the mayor.
So that doesn't mean it's true.
Fine, you want me to give you a governmental source? I'll give you a governmental source. Give me 1 second. Here you go.
Can you give me any like actual evidence that immigrants are a net fiscal burden? Just give me an actual source instead of just like a claim.
So we agree that they do not have a high school diploma, right? They don't have high school.
Can you give me any source that demonstrates a net fiscal burden for immigrants coming to the country? Yes or no?
Illegal immigrants.
No, answer the. If I'm providing a legal, listen. If I'm listen.
I'm not saying immigration in general. I'm saying illegal immigrants.
Listen. Do I need to mute you? Do I need to mute you? Okay, I'm asking you for evidence that there's a net fiscal burden from legal immigrants because we're talking about a pathway to citizenship for those that are in the country undocumented. That is legal immigration. A pathway to citizenship is illegal immigration. So provide me any evidence that legal immigration is a net fiscal burden.
There's different levels. There's H-1B programs. There's different levels of legal immigration.
I'm saying legal immigration as a whole. Give me a single piece of evidence that indicates
legal immigration is not a fiscal burden. Illegal immigration, especially if you grant them asylum.
Legal immigration is not a net fiscal burden. So if you think that undocumented immigration is a net fiscal burden, but legal immigration is not a net fiscal burden, then why wouldn't you want to do a pathway to citizenship?
Because these people don't have high school diplomas. I told you that.
Listen. I need to mute you. Be quiet.
All right, I'm listening.
If you think that undocumented immigrants are a net fiscal burden, but legal immigrants are not a net fiscal burden, then if you were to give them a legal pathway to citizenship, well, then they would cease to be a net fiscal burden because they're legal immigrants.
But they don't have a high school diploma. Most high school diplomas,
Why do you keep saying this?
Because
that is an irrelevant point. Even if that were true, that's an irrelevant point. Provide me a single source indicating that legal immigration leads to a net fiscal drain.
You know this is a losing argument. That's why you keep bringing up that
not.
source. People who do not have a high school diploma in the United States are a fiscal burden on average.
I'm going to go crazy. What is your source? Holy fuck! You're so obsessed with this point about high school.
That high schoolers are not. That high school dropouts or people do not have a high school diploma are a fiscal burden. You want a source for that?
People that do have a high school diploma or do not?
That do not have a high school diploma.
Okay, so you think the average undocumented immigrant does not have a high school diploma?
Yes, and especially
what's your
South
source
American for that? Here's a source about South American schools. 43% of them don't have a high school diploma.
It's not just from South America. You have to provide me a source that undocumented immigrants coming to the country in particular.
Center for Immigration Studies, the declining education level of newly arrived
literally a right-wing think tank.
41% of adult immigrants have less than a bad 43%.
That's not majority.
But most South American high schools don't reach the American standard when it comes to employer or university. You do know that, right?
Wait, so they do have a high school diploma?
46% of them don't have a high school diploma. Even if they did.
What's your source other than a right-wing think tank?
Give me a second. You're not going to count that source.
Anyways, can they go to high school and get high school here? And get a diploma?
So 24-year-old young men should be going to kids' high schools.
You understand that? Do you understand what someone does when they're 24 years old? Do you know what a GED is?
Yeah, they can go to a different school, but I don't know if they can retake high school.
Do you know what a GED is?
We're going to make special schools for them.
Do you know what a GED is?
Yes, I know what a GED is.
That's what they would do, you fucking idiot.
So we're going to have to spend more money to open up schools. Is there enough general education development?
That exists right now. GEDs already exist.
There's enough for 14 million people. 14 to 16 million people, there's enough for them.
Yes, we can put in
No,
resources.
you're gonna
There's
have to put in more
online
resources.
what
And
across the
also
entire
the
nation? Yes.
Also, most of their brains already grown. After you're past the age of 25, it's significantly harder for you to learn.
Do you think people at the age of 25 can't go back and get their GED?
I would say it's harder if you don't have a high school education to learn from.
But they can do it, right?
They can do it, but it's significantly harder.
I think 25 years old, they will be able to go back and get their
Their
GED.
brain's fully
Given
developed.
That doesn't change whether or not they could go back and get the GED. They can still get it.
But they're not going to be at the same education level. You're giving them a diploma.
That's just not true. If they had a GED, they do.
You're going to be in a job market struggling. You're just setting
Dude,
these people.
you are the one that has the lacking education level, not people coming to the country that are undocumented.
Oh, there goes the personal tax. That just shows how much you're winning.
That wasn't a personal attack. It was a factual point.
You're saying, oh, that I'm stupid and these illegal immigrants.
No, I said you were uneducated.
Okay, disprove my point. How is it if it's harder to learn at
Do you want me to prove it? I'll prove it. I'll prove it. How many branches of government are there?
3.
What are they?
Legislative, executive, and judicial.
What are the 2 main aspects of the legislative
No, I'm not
branch?
going to answer your fucking question.
Yes, you are. What are the 2 main? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. What are the 2 main aspects of the
legislative question? No,
then
I
I'll kick
answered
you
your
from the
one
stream.
question.
Then I'll kick you from the stream.
Wait, yeah, because these are on the citizenship test, so we should
Yes.
be able to answer these.
Exactly. So, what are the 2 main aspects of the legislative branch?
Congress, the House, and the Senate.
Okay. Did you look it up?
No, I didn't.
Really?
I didn't look it up. I answered the first 3 right away. House and Senate, and the executive branches of the
How many
presidency.
continents are there?
There's 7 continents. What is
are
it?
they?
Why are you? Australia, North America, South America, Europe, Asia, and then how many is that? That's 6, and then Antarctica. And then South America, North America, Australia, Asia, Europe, Antarctica, Australia. That's 6. Okay, I have one. One is not on top of my head. I forgot one of them.
Africa. Okay.
Africa. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know one question. What is this? A fucking quiz? Also,
Yeah,
Cassie, stop
that
fucking
was a
dick-riding
quiz.
me. Whose side are you on?
You're saying that undocumented immigrants coming to the country are not educated, but you didn't even know the
Cassie,
7 continents.
do you mean Carissa? Are you talking about me?
Yeah. I don't consider Africa a continent. They're poor. They shouldn't be a continent.
Get the fuck off. What the fuck, dude? What the
Well, that
fuck?
was awkward.
That's not what a continent is. Clearly, he doesn't know what a continent
Wait, we should talk about some other issues besides immigration because that's all people have been talking about all day.
Go
Like,
ahead.
there's
Go
other reasons that people would vote for Trump over Kamala.
Yeah. Why do you support Trump outside of immigration?
So as a person, like, we would not be friends. He's a horrible person. I think that's self-evident. But I would vote for him over Kamala because his policies align more with, like, what I'm about. And Kamala literally picked Tim Walz as her VP, and I'm just not for that. I think he's crazy and out of his mind.
How is he crazy?
Well, I don't know. He's, like, out of, like, everyone currently in politics, him and, like, AOC probably would be the most, like, social democrats in the scene. And I don't know. I'm just not about that.
Based. That's so based. Can you tell me what about Tim Walz you disagree with? Like, what policy? What social democratic policy do you disagree with? Feeding children?
Feeding children. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, like he did free school lunch access, free school breakfast and lunch for his state.
No, I would not be against that at all.
Yeah, so then, like, what do you disagree with? What social democratic policy?
A lot of it has to do with, like, gender ideology and that kind of stuff.
Such as?
He's very much pro, like, the LGBTQ scene and, like,
Based.
transgenderism and stuff.
Trans people?
Personally, I'm not about that, so I wouldn't.
What's wrong with the LGBTQ plus community? We love the LGBTQ plus community.
So personally, I'm religious, and I don't think that you can change your gender. I think the way that God made you is the way that you are.
No one's
So
making a
based
claim
on
of change
personal-
of gender, and there's nothing in the Bible that says that it's wrong to be trans. There are plenty of changes that we have to our bodies in general, right? Like I, for example, am wearing different clothes than I was when I was younger. And wearing clothes in of itself is a change to my body. For example, right, I specifically took Accutane. That was a change to my body. And it was totally justified and okay for me to take Accutane.
Yeah, that's fine, but it's about changing your identity, right? But I don't want to get in the weeds here. Mainly
Wait,
what
so
I'm
do
trying
you
to
have an
say.
issue with JD Vance's name changing?
Talk to me about that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, JD Vance isn't his name he was signed at birth. Fern, think of the galaxy.
Yeah. What was his name? What do you mean?
It was different.
Are you talking about how it's like a hyphenation or something? Like it's short?
I'm just saying that his name was different and he's changed it.
Okay, I do see what you're saying, but I think you also see what I'm saying. Like, I don't believe that you can change your gender. I think that that's something that's innate and part of you. It's not like
no one's claiming a change of gender.
Okay, well, anyways.
And also, like, I don't see an issue even if that were to be the case. Even if that were to be the case.
I didn't hear what you said because of that Aquagon.
Yeah, sure. Even if that were to be the case and typical for trans people, that wouldn't invalidate their particular identity. The same way that changing names doesn't invalidate your identity.
Okay, well, the things that Kamala and him were about, it just doesn't align with what I'm about, and neither does Trump fully either. I really
like
don't
what
like
specifically?
The guy, but,
can you mention like a policy in particular?
about Tim Walz?
Yeah.
I'm not that, I don't know that much about him. Let me look him up. Let's see what comes up.
But you said like that was the reason why you don't support why you do support Donald Trump and you don't support Kamala Harris.
So I would support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris any day because the things that he believes in align more with my beliefs.
Like windmills causing the whales to die in numbers never seen before. Like Tylenol, under his view, causing autism, which have both been proven wrong. Like him thinking the 2020 election was rigged.
So, okay, I don't know about the windmills and whales. That sounds crazy. But about Tylenol, I have actually been trying to tell people about Tylenol for years. So that's a whole nother thing.
Wait, what's bad about Tylenol usage in
so
pregnancy?
it's really bad for your liver.
Tylenol is one of the only safe things that someone during pregnancy can take to treat maternal fever and anyone who's pregnant having fever. Push the galaxy.
So I feel like you would have seen this if I had seen it. Are you aware of the resurfacing tweet that Tylenol released in 2017 saying that they did not advise mothers to pregnant mothers to take it?
They said that wasn't demonstrating of their overall policy, and that doesn't represent specifically what it is in terms of today. That was like, what, 2017? That was like 7-8 years ago? A tweet from 8 years ago? That doesn't actually demonstrate any of their policy now.
Okay, well, I think that with the Harvard study saying that Tylenol... Here's the thing.
It does
okay,
not
actually, I'm going to
that Tylenol causes autism when used during pregnancy.
I'm going to get into my personal scientific understanding of, like, the connection there. In order to have autism, there has to be a genetic factor and also a trigger. So you have to have genes and a trigger, right? So, like, 30% of people in America have it's like MTHR, whatever. I don't know what it's called, but it's this like long name for a gene, right? And if you have that gene, you're at a higher risk.
Hey, can I just tell you something real quick? There was a Swedish study with 2.5 million children that it overlooked and indicated no association with Tylenol usage in during pregnancy and autism, if taking into account a few factors such as genetics.
Okay, yeah. So genetics is a really important part of it. There has to be a gene and a trigger. And there's lots of different potential triggers, but when you take something like Tylenol, it actually, when you are pregnant and you take Tylenol, it can cause inflammation in the brain of the preborn child. And
can you give me a source for that?
I can look it up real quick. I was just doing research on this earlier today because I wanted to know more about it. But I'll look it up right now. But basically, there's this chemical called glutathione.
Wait, but before you make another claim, can you provide a source for the claim that you just looked at? Or you just claimed?
Yeah, let me try and do some research real quick. It's hard to stay on top of all this stuff.
Sure. We'll give you time to look that up. Haley, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Blair, thank you so much for the $20.
You can add someone else on the live too if you want.
Madeline, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. I probably will in the meantime here. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat and in the pinned comment on my YouTube. Carolina, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Jen, thank you for the $2. Liz with the $2. GS, thank you so much for the $5. Willie with the $2. Opal, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Taka, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. D, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you. Coral with the $2. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $5. Be kind, thank you for the $5 as well. Maud, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Ryan with the $2. Soul with the $5. Kai, thank you so much for the $10. Anthony with the $10 as well. I think I'm fully caught up, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I've listed on the screen. Thank you so much to the Galaxy, by the way. Thank you. So the next person up here real quick.
So I'm seeing a lot of stuff on here from like Mount Sinai, and Yale and stuff.
You mean Cedar Sinai?
What?
Cedar Sinai?
No, it says Mount Sinai study. It's about the autism thing and the Tylenol.
Okay. So yeah, and none of them indicate that it causes autism.
Oh, no, I don't think it's a direct cause at all. I think it can be a trigger for people with pre-existing genes.
I need you to give a source for any of these types of claims. You
Okay, I do
you said that
understand that.
Tylenol causes children, right, in the context of these scenarios, to have inflamed brains. That's what you claimed.
Uh-huh, okay.
Abby, thank you so much for the $3. So real. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are
Hi,
you?
Parker. I'm 28 years old.
Do you
My name
support
is
Donald
Sage. I do not, but I have some information on the autism stuff that she's talking about.
Wait, I just found a source. Hold up.
I do apologize. I am just looking for some debates. I do apologize.
Okay, it's the National
Caroline, thank you for the
Institutes of
$5.
Health.
Thank you. Yeah,
It's a
what's your
.gov. It's the National Institutes of Health. It says the wide range of factors associated with the induction of autism is invariably linked with either inflammation or oxidative stress, and
What was the
sometimes
title?
both. The role of oxidative stress, inflammation, and where did it go? It's not scrolling. Hang on.
Willie, thank you for the $20.
And
Super chat, thank
acetaminophen
you.
exposure. Okay, the role of oxidative stress, inflammation, and acetaminophen exposure from birth to early childhood in the induction of autism. And this is a study, it's the National Library of Medicine. Yeah, so this is a very
Clicking on
credible
it-
source.
Clicking on it right now.
Oh, you found it?
That's the role of oxidative stress, inflammation, and acetaminophen exposure from birth to early childhood. Alrighty, let's take a look at this. What is the conclusion?
Let's see. There's introduction. Is there a conclusion section? I don't know if we're actually on the same one. The title didn't sound the same.
What? That was the exact title you read off.
Autism and
not?
oxidative stress. Okay, it says exposure to environmental toxins, a source of oxidative stress, has been associated with autism in a number of studies. So basically, what I'm saying.
Wait, I thought you were providing a source for the increase in inflammation in the kid's brain.
Yeah.
Wait, where does it say that?
Oh, shoot. I haven't read this entire article. I have to find like a specific spot where it says that.
Okay.
I don't know. This is a pretty long article. Okay, so there's a picture graph. Do you see it?
Tell me which one.
It's like the first one. It has a bunch of arrows and stuff. Or not table one, but the second picture thing.
Which table?
It's the second
picture?
one. Yeah.
What about it?
So it says inflammatory mediators, biome depletion, chronic psychological stress, vitamin D. So it's showing a bunch of risk factors for oxidative stress.
So now you're claiming it's
And then-
acetamin exposure after birth?
Yeah, that's what it says. Acetaminophen exposure after birth. And then it says...
So that's not during pregnancy. Also,
Okay.
That's not. It doesn't even claim that it leads to autism. You're kind of misinterpreting it.
Am I? I see a
Yes.
big fat arrow pointing at the word autism at the bottom. It says susceptible timing, genetics, and epigenetics. Yeah, I'm not saying that Tylenol inherently causes autism. That would be a really ignorant statement.
Okay.
But I do think
So that's
that
what Donald Trump was
parents-
claiming. Do you agree with us that that's a false statement?
So what I think is that Donald Trump had no clue anything about this until
So then why is he
RFK
going in
Jr.
front?
said-
So then why is he going in front of the entire, American community and indicating this to be true, and saying that there's no downsides
he says
to
some
not taking?
ignorant things
And he
sometimes.
said that there's no. I mean, this is not just some ignorant things. That's actively harmful. It's medical misinformation, and RFK is not someone who's accredited.
I do understand. I do think that Tylenol is harmful and is dangerous, and I think that parents should
You're
parents should
obviously
want
being
to-
ridiculous. Doctors, do you want me to play to you like a doctor right now indicating that's actually more beneficial, particularly to utilize Tylenol, especially comparative to other types of medicines to treat maternal fever and a fever for anyone who's pregnant? What you're not understanding is that there's risks and negative outcomes from not treating fevers. So untreated fever leads to significantly
Absolutely.
more risks than any risks you could associate with Tylenol. That's why we take
absolutely
Tylenol.
show me the video though. I do want to see that.
Yes. Megan, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen.
Why is someone saying I'm rage baiting? No, I'm not.
There's no downside with a very increased risk of autism.
Okay, so Trump, with the help of RFK Jr., has officially announced that Tylenol, which is a brand name for acetaminophen or paracetamol, greatly increases your baby's risk of autism. And this is the answer RFK Jr. promised by the end of September this year. And I have to say, this is complete garbage. Time school. Whilst it's true that some observational studies do report associations between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and certain neurodevelopmental outcomes like autism, you have to remember that pregnant women who take acetaminophen don't just take it for shits and giggles. They take it because they are unwell, for example, with a fever, pain, infection, chronic illness, or something else. The indication or reason for taking the drug can often be linked to autism, not the drug itself. So when you look at well-designed studies like the gold standard Swedish sibling study on almost 2.5 million children, at first they found that mothers who used acetaminophen versus those who didn't, their babies had a 5% increased risk of autism. But when researchers performed a sibling control analysis where the researchers compared brothers and sisters where one had acetaminophen during pregnancy and the other didn't, and thus controlling for genetics and maternal factors, they found no increased risk of autism, ADHD, or intellectual disability. And this is why the UK confirms that acetaminophen or paracetamol is safe to use during pregnancy, and there is no evidence that it causes autism. Oh, and this is the same as Canada, Singapore, Australia, and basically the rest of the world. And now here's the most important part. Maternal fever or hypothermia in early pregnancy is absolutely linked to various birth defects. And acetaminophen is one of the few options to bring down a fever safely in pregnancy. Avoiding it based on misinformation like this can severely harm both the mother and the baby. So maybe don't take your health advice from RFK Jr. and Trump, who can't even pronounce the drug he's talking about correctly.
Effective immediately, the FDA.
Oh yeah, that was funny that he couldn't say acetaminophen.
Well, let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Acetaminophen.
Yeah, that was embarrassing. So yeah, I don't think that it should be banned or anything, but I do think that people should take precautions and try educate themselves, because I mean, I've taken acetaminophen, Tylenol, whatever you want to call it. I've taken that before, but I think it should only be taken when you really need it, and not just because, oh, I have a headache or something. You know what I mean? I feel like people in America today are popping Tylenol all the time, and I think
I don't think people are just popping Tylenol all the time. That's just not common. Some people, sure, maybe, but that's not true in most circumstances. And what's going to happen if you tell people not to take Tylenol and you tell them that they should do other things or they shouldn't do it at all? It's going to increase the risk of untreated fever, and it's also going to increase the risk of people utilizing other types of medicines that will lead to more negative outcomes and aren't as safe to use during pregnancy, especially.
Yeah, that is a potential con of him going in front of the country and saying that. But on the other hand, if Tylenol is more dangerous than we currently understand it to be, and somebody gets on the news and says something like that, I think it's important to like actually do a lot more research. And I know you do your research. I'm more talking about these people in the comments saying I'm brainwashed and stuff. I really do want to educate myself. If there's stuff that I don't know, I do want to look into that further. And I am willing to admit when I'm wrong. But my current understanding is that it's more dangerous than we think it to be. And that parents should be taking that into account, especially pregnant women. And I think it's dangerous for people who are not pregnant as well. I'm not saying that it's, the whole autism thing is just one part of what I think is wrong with Tylenol. But I've been anti-Tylenol for years because it's like so bad for your liver.
Again, you keep saying all of the same things. We've already addressed all of these points.
Okay.
You keep saying it's dangerous. You are not a medical professional.
Okay, well, it's pretty well-known fact that Tylenol is one of the leading causes in liver failure in the United States. It's like you can find it all over. Tons of credible sources will tell you that.
So again, one, I would like your source for that. Two is related to this. You have to also take into account the amount of usage, and it also specifically what's it called, the connotation of use, right? Is it reducing the likelihood of other sorts of types of things that are negatively impacting the population? It's a risk-benefit analysis.
Okay, so
wouldn't you assume that like alcohol would be worse than Tylenol?
Yeah, so actually I do actually know what you're talking about this. So my understanding is that 1 dose of Tylenol is actually equivalent in liver damage to 6 pints of beer. Now, I do not have a source for that, so you can't quote me on that. But
stop just randomly saying shit without sources. Do you realize you're on a live right now in front of almost 7,000 people?
I do
over
understand
7,000 people. So why do you think it's okay just to say random shit without evidence? Especially when we're talking about medical health.
On UCI Health right now, I don't know what UCI Health is, but it looks like a credible website.
Okay, so what I need you to do is I need you to do the research and then make the claim. Don't go and make a claim in front of over 7,000 people without doing any research, without having any evidence, especially in relation to medical claims.
Okay, yeah, I understand. It's just hard to do this when I'm already on the live and then I have to like go look stuff up. But
that's fine. I told you I would give you time to be able to look things up, right?
Yeah, that's fair. Do you know how much the normal gram dose of Tylenol is?
I'd have to check.
That's fine. Look it up.
But you understand that Donald Trump has undermined science. Like that's important for us to acknowledge here.
Oh, he's undermined a lot of stuff. I don't like the guy. My point at the beginning was just that I would vote for him over Kamala. I don't agree with him on everything. I wouldn't be friends with him, but my whole point at the beginning is that I would vote for him over Kamala because his policies, his actions align more with my personal beliefs. Like putting America first and stuff is something that is important to me.
How is Donald Trump putting America first?
Well, there's a lot of controversial things he's doing economically to put America first, like with tariffs and stuff.
Okay, tariffs don't put America first. They reduce the size of our overall economy. They negatively impact particularly prices in this country. So it's going to cause consumers to pay more, working class people to pay more.
Okay. Well, I did learn about this last year in economics class, and what we were taught is that in the short term, it would have a negative effect, but in the long term, if everything worked out, that it would improve our economy.
Which economics professor said that, bro? Like, no economics professor I've seen said it would net increase the size of the GDP. I have a degree in economics.
It was not a professor. This was in high school.
Okay, well, I took economics in college, and the economist I learned from did not say that.
Okay, well, that's just what I learned, so that's my understanding. But basically, all in all, my point is just I would vote for him over Kamala simply based on the fact that his values align more with mine. So in any future policies, I can be pretty sure that.
Which policies, though?
Like anything regarding like foreign aid or domestic problems, like for example, okay, one thing is big protests all over the country. What Donald Trump is doing, which is controversial, but what he's doing is sending in like the National Guard and stuff to take care of it. If
That's bad.
Yeah, I know that's what a lot of people are saying. I personally think that it's helping. I don't think it's. I think it could be an example of government overreach, and I think government overreach is really bad. But I think in this example, it is helping to curb crime. But basically, if
You
this
say,
same
you say
thing
it's
had
helping
happened,
with crime. What evidence do you have specifically that it's helpful?
okay, so again, I would have to pull up a source because every time I make a claim, I'm supposed to have a source when I'm here on this live, which is difficult. But
Okay. Well, do you want to go look it up? I told you I'd give you time.
Okay, I will say time to look it up.
All right. In the meantime, everyone, if you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Tori, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Blair, thank you for the $25. And Jessica, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. We'll get up another person to help her out in the meantime while she looks up the source.
Thank you.
Just unmute whenever you're ready. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Dioji, thank you so much for the $7.77. Thank you.
Okay, I found
What's up? Yeah, what's up? How old
I'm
are you?
sorry. I'm so sorry. I did not mean to join.
You're good. You're good.
Oh.
What did you find?
Well, okay, it's on slate.com. Don't know what that is, but it's a Trump quote. He's saying, "I am pleased to report another 105 arrests have been made and 12 illegal guns taken off the streets of Washington, D.C." So 12 illegal guns and a bunch of arrests. That's like curbing crime, right? But if this stuff had...
So just because people got arrested, that's all you're saying? Okay. So here's a few things we need to address in terms of this. One, right? People in D.C. did not want them to come. They did not want the National Guard to be sent. Two, violent crime was lower and at an all-time low, or not all-time low, 30-year low. So it was lower under the beginning of Trump's admin or end of Biden's admin comparative to the first administration under Trump's term. So why didn't Trump release the National Guard under his first term? Especially under January 6th within the certain time period he could have.
It may have had something to do with him wanting to be reelected. With January 6th, those were his supporters, so he probably would not want to suppress them. But regarding other stuff, I mean, he probably wanted to get reelected. I don't know. Like, that's pretty bold measures to take. If you're, like, when you're releasing the National Guard, people get mad about that. Because that's...
He would have been able to drop it under his first term. He would have been able to do it, but he chose not to. So did he not care about crime in his first term?
Well, when I'm talking about crime, I'm talking about there was like a lot of protests about like ICE and stuff, and I don't know if I think that basically, you know, have you seen all the videos of them like throwing rocks at the cop cars and like that, all that stuff? I mean, I know a lot of them were peaceful. You haven't seen those?
No.
Oh. Well, I did see all the peaceful protest videos, but I also saw the really horrible ones where they were like throwing rocks at cars and like blocking traffic and causing a lot of problems. And I do understand why the city would need someone else to step in and take care of that because their police are underfunded and understaffed.
No, we didn't ask for it. We said no, we don't want that.
No, I know the cities did not want that, but
the state didn't want that.
Okay, well, arguably
the governor said no.
I am familiar with that. So I don't think that it's a good idea to send in the National Guard if the governor or whoever is saying no. I think conceptually that's not very constitutional, but I think the ends sometimes justify the means, and I think that what we got from the situation was successful. I don't think it was a good idea in concept, but I think it worked out.
If you want to talk about the National Guard usage, are you going to keep the National Guard there forever?
I should hope not.
Okay, then when you get rid of them, won't the crime come back?
Hopefully what he's doing is enabling the current police department to do a better job. Like, I would hope that,
How
like,
so?
when we pulled out,
Without providing them any extra resources, how would that happen?
I'm not sure. Are we not providing them with any extra resources? Or their state or whatever?
So then you're keeping the National Guard there.
No, that's not a good idea.
So then if you're not going to keep the National Guard there, then you're going to get rid of the extra resources, which will limit their ability to be able to deal with crime.
Their extra resources being the National Guard?
Yeah.
Well, that's what they want, right?
Well, no, DC doesn't want that. But if you want to acknowledge the idea that that it does specifically reduce crime when implemented, then you're going to have to say that you want to keep it implemented for the rest of time, unless you would be okay with the crime increasing again.
No, because I don't think that the government should ever be like in a permanent militant position over the people. That's harmful.
So then it's just going to be a temporary effect.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, if it's not, then what the heck?
Okay, so then if it's just a temporary effect, what are you really changing? You're not really like going after the conditions that cause crime. You're just putting a Band-Aid on that inevitably doesn't really help.
I think some of the crime was like a heat of the moment thing, and it needed to be, well, all the protests and stuff, that was like, there's not constantly protests going on in that area over the same stuff. It was
in
like...
DC? You don't think there's constantly protests in DC?
I was mainly talking about the ICE ones.
Okay, so then you're saying that it was justified for him to suppress protests in this country? Like, we have a right to protest, correct? Is that a crime?
Yes. You do have a right to protest, absolutely. That is not a crime.
It's not
I
a
don't
crime.
think
So
that...
then he's trying to limit us from doing something that's not a crime.
So I would disagree, because I don't think that the National Guard came in because people were just peacefully protesting. I understand that you didn't see the same things that I saw, but I did see a lot of footage of violent protesters. And from the perspectives that I saw, it made sense to me why they would send in the National Guard, because the whole point of them is to protect us from enemies, foreign and domestic, and that counts as a domestic enemy.
Violent protesters in DC? I mean, if you want to look at DC, like, again, in terms of the protests, like, again, actually lowest rates of violent crime in the past 30 years?
This year?
Yeah, when Trump got in office, it was the lowest rates of violence in the past 30 years. Melissa, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Melissa. Thank you. Jessica, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
Statistic. I actually did see the statistic, and I saw somebody like debunk this claim, but I completely forgot what they said. Oh my gosh.
Go ahead and go find it, and I'll find someone to talk to in the meantime.
I don't know if I can find it. I think it was on TikTok.
Good luck. Jared, thank you for the $5. Jordan with the $50 on PayPal. Can we have W's for Jordan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Jordan. Thank you, Jordan. W's for Jordan in the comment section right now.
Oh, y'all in the comments, I just want you to know, I do not watch Fox News. Stop saying that. What the heck?
Okay. Just unmute whenever you're ready. You should actually read through the source before. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Well, this is all my personal opinion. I have resentment for the left.
Okay, why so?
C-19, the border, the left's obsession with the glamorization of the GAY community. I want détente with Russia. I support Israel. I think that postmodernism in the Frankfurt School, Hollywood, MTV has made the left crazy, and I know it's ironic I support Israel, so we can talk about any one of those topics if you want.
Hold up, you support Israel?
So, a few things here. We can talk about that all in here in a second. What's wrong with the gay community?
I think the left glamorizes the gay community.
What do you mean by glamorizes?
I think that there's been an exponential increase. There is, well, drag time, story hour, and saying T women are women. It's insanity.
By the way, that trans people aren't necessarily gay or straight. Like, I don't know where you got that it's associated with the gay community. Secondly, what was the first point? You said drag. Drag isn't necessarily only done by people who are gay. And trans women are women.
Okay. No, they're not.
Yeah, they are. It's based
Is it
on
a
how
social
you're using the term
construct?
woman. Well, the idea of womanhood is
Oh, it's a social
absolutely
construct? Is that it?
socially constructed, and so same thing with manhood.
I disagree. When I was born, the doctor said it's a boy because I have a Johnson. And women have a kitty cat. And there are rare exceptions of intersex. There are rare exceptions. Look, some people would be trans. I just think it was much more rare 30 years ago because the left has glamorized it.
No, it's just
The left
because it's just
glamorizes-
because it was stigmatized to a greater extent, and people weren't as accepted in coming out. So, given that people are accepted more in
Okay.
coming out now, it's just that you are seeing that people are trans, and they're showing you that they're trans, not that they have just simultaneously just like for some out of nothing just become trans. That's not how it works.
Okay, I think that being gay is part genetic, part environment, part culture. Is that true or no?
I think that it's not a choice. Do you agree with me that it's not a choice?
I think it is a choice too.
Could you choose to find me sexually attractive right now?
Attraction is not a choice, but actions are.
Okay, so
Look,
when
let
we're
me ask
talking
you-
about being gay, that's an
All right.
attraction, right? That's a sexual attraction.
Well, are we defining being gay as action, behavior, or thoughts attraction? How are we
It's
defining
as the attraction. I have a question. Are you saying when you were a virgin you weren't straight?
I'm attracted to women. I've only ever been with women. And
Yeah,
look,
so then here's my question. Here's my question then. Prior to you being like when you were a virgin, right? Were you straight?
Yes, because I thought about women.
Okay, so it's based upon attraction. Now you acknowledge that.
Well, but if we're young, if we're 14 or 16, but
Christine, thank you
The
so much for the $10 thank you for glamorizing the gay community. Thank you so much. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, here,
Thank you so much, Jasmine.
I'll ask you a question, Parker. Let me know when I can ask you a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I drink a lot of alcohol. I drink gin, right? Is that a choice? And I have affairs with married women. Is that a choice?
Yeah, that's a choice.
Both are choices?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so is there a
I mean, are you an alcoholic?
Yes.
Okay, well then we can talk about how addiction isn't a choice.
Okay, so but my ancestry is part Irish and a little bit of Native American, so there is a predisposition for the genetics of that. But ultimately, I choose to drink, right? Do I choose to drink?
I think that addiction isn't a choice.
I think I choose to drink, and I could not drink if I don't want to. Look, the C-19 lockdowns were hard for me.
Is
so I
it
started
possible specifically for you to not drink, given it is the case that you are addicted? Sure, but it is not really a choice whether or not you're addicted, right? And whether or not you're addicted influences your actions to an extreme extent.
I'm just saying that even though I have a
What's your
genetic
point? Because like I don't think that being gay is an addiction.
No, I didn't say it was. I'm just saying that me drinking is a choice, and me having affairs with married women is a choice too. We're attracted to each other, right? So there's the attraction, but is that a choice?
No, the attraction in of itself is not a choice. You're saying intercourse is
Okay.
a choice if it's consensual, of course. No one's disputing that. What's your point?
Okay, so wait, so is me having affairs with married women a choice?
Yes.
Okay, but we're attracted to each other, and you just told me
You didn't choose
that-
your attraction, but you chose to engage in intercourse.
That's right, and that's what I'm saying about being gay. The
Okay.
attraction is not a choice, but the behavior is. And look, I believe in being tolerant.
So is engaging in straight sex. I don't know what your point is with that.
Straight is natural.
What do you mean by natural?
The biological drive of SEX is reproduction, right?
There's over 1,000
Is that right?
species that exhibit homosexuality, Did you know that?
You're right.
So it's
In the
totally
animal
natural.
kingdom, yes, you're right.
Well,
Yes,
so
it
just
is.
because something's natural doesn't mean that it's good, but it doesn't mean that it's bad either, right? So then would you like to provide me any relevance to the point of it being natural? Because being gay is also natural.
Yeah, yes, you're right, but I'm just trying to tell you that the biological drive of SCX to reproduce.
In some contexts. The reason, like it's not always true that it's specifically because of this, but the biological reason for it existing could totally be based upon reproduction. That's the reason why it is that way. But is it how it's always used? No. And does it have to be used that way? No.
I'm just trying to tell you, I think that there is a genetic component to being gay, but I think there's a environmental component, like being essayed as a child, and there's a
no.
So don't
associate specifically being gay with just being essayed as a kid. That's a ridiculous assertion for you to make, right? That's a ridiculous assertion for you to make.
Not part of it.
When you say that it's a part, right? Would you say it's a part of being straight?
It's all I'm trying to tell you.
Is it a part of being straight?
Being essayed as a child?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so then it's not that in terms of being gay either.
All I'm trying to tell you is that people who are essayed as children are more likely to be part of the GAY community. Is that wrong?
If you'd like to, by the way, just there being children who are gay are more likely to be assaulted doesn't mean that's because they are gay, right? Or that causes them to be gay. Sorry. That's actually a correlation causation. That's actually a correlation causation fallacy. Would you like to provide a source?
Wait, hold up. I have a source for this. Hold up.
The Vanderbilt study.
What's your
Bro,
title?
I don't know what he's talking about, but this actually. Are you talking to me?
No, I'm not talking. Let the guy provide his title real quick.
Okay.
83% of people of the gay community had some type of trauma.
Can I have a source? What's your source?
The Vanderbilt study.
What's the title?
Oh, I can look it up for you.
Go ahead. I'll give you time. I'll talk to Chris in the meantime.
Go ahead. I'll
Go
look
ahead,
it up
Carissa.
just a sec.
Okay, so this does absolutely not apply to 100% of individuals, but it is worth knowing. My source is, again, the National Library of Medicine, which is the same one as the Tylenol one I was talking about. The title is, Does Maltreatment in Childhood Affect Sexual Orientation in Adulthood? And the very first sentence is, epidemiological studies find a positive association between physical and sexual
Does maltreatment
abuse
in childhood affect what?
affects sexual orientation in adulthood.
Okay.
I'll let you pull that up.
Is it a causal factor or an association?
It's an association, which obviously correlation does not
correlation
equal.
doesn't equal causation.
Right. I know that. I'm just saying I had to help the guy out here because I don't know. This is a well-known thing. I mean, it doesn't obviously apply to 100% of people, but it is worth
just correlation doesn't equal
saying.
causation.
Right. But it is worth knowing, I think. That it's a significant amount, right? Bro, did you find your source yet?
It says maltreatment may also influence sex of partners and sexual orientation identity through housing insecurity because young adults may sever connections to families subsequent to abuse.
I was talking to the other guy.
Poorly housed.
I found it.
Wait, I'm sorry. There's just there's no evidence here that it's cause of being gay, or it's the cause of being gay.
No,
that's what he's arguing. He's arguing that this is the cause of being gay. Push the vibrant stage.
I think sometimes it can be a contributing factor in people questioning their sexuality. I think it can be a contributing factor for some people.
And what's your source?
Based on, well, the one that I just provided. That doesn't provide it. That doesn't provide any contributing factor. It doesn't even conclude that it's a contributing factor. Okay. Well, what do you think the conclusion is?
I found the study. Go ahead.
Go ahead. What's your title?
Yeah, it's the Vanderbilt study. It says that 83% of people of the gay community have experienced some sort
What's
of trauma.
the title?
Here, I'm sorry, YUMCA. Just type up here.
No,
here's all
tell
you
me
have
the
to put in.
title. Do you know what the title
Vanderbilt.
is?
Here, hang on. I'll find it. Hang on.
Give him a second.
VUMC News.
No, what's the title? Do you know what a title is, bro?
Here, hang on. I keep flipping back and forth. Hang on. (24th, 2022) is the date.
I didn't ask you for the date. I asked you for the title.
Dude, all you got to do is just put in a search.
All you have to do is tell me the fucking words that are at the top of the page.
Okay, hey. All right, hang on.
If you're on YouTube, everyone hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. Orange, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you. True. Austin, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Austin. I really thank you so much.
Someone said,
I really appreciate
Carissa,
it.
do your own research.
Orange,
I'm
thank
trying,
you.
bro.
Orange, thank you for the $10. Thank you. AJ, thank you for the $1. Scott, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Coral, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jared, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Jared. Go ahead. What's the title?
Study finds higher rates of childhood trauma.
For what?
For
Is that it?
the gay community. Just type in Vanderbilt.
That's the title?
Look, this is not hard, Parker.
Here we go.
Did you find it?
Finally. It says that LGBTQ people report higher rates of adverse childhood experiences, adverse childhood experiences than straight people. Worse mental health as a result. That's by the way, specifically as it relates to this, that's not anything in specific. That's just adverse childhood experiences, and also that's a correlation, not causation. So again, wait. Let me address this. So there being greater likelihoods of adverse childhood experiences could be evidence of the fact that they're more likely to experience marginalization than straight people.
That's what I was going to say. I was about to pop in and be devil's advocate real quick. I don't agree with it at all, but I was just going to say, potentially, if they're reporting greater mistreatment or whatever, that could be due to how they're expressing themselves.
Yes,
Not that I agree with it, but
So correlation doesn't equal causation. That's an important thing to take into account. And you're saying that it's because of the fact that they have experienced this adverse childhood experience. There's no evidence that this says that. The study that you're referencing does not say that this causes people to be gay, you fucking idiot. Okay? So you use this to justify your homophobia, but it just makes you look stupid.
Yeah, are T women, Parker?
Yeah, nice pivot though.
No, they're not.
Do you want to acknowledge
You're
that
insane.
do you want to acknowledge that your homophobia is not based in evidence, intelligence, or anything legitimate in terms of evidence?
I just gave you a study.
Which didn't justify your homophobia, you idiot.
You asked for a study.
That justifies your point, and this did not justify your point.
You asked for a study. I gave you one.
Not one that justifies your point. The study you decided did not justify your point.
I said that environment and culture, along with genetics, is part of being gay. What is wrong with that?
No, you're saying it causes people to be gay. That's the argument that you just provided. Can you provide me a source for that? That's the cause of being gay.
It's genetic, it's environment, and it's culture. No.
So can you give me?
You think it's all genetic?
I don't think that it's. I don't think that people. You were trying to say this as a means to say it's a choice. It's someone's decision, right? Things like that, or it's because of the fact that they had an adverse experience, right? You're trying to make these types of claims. You're saying because, and you don't have any source that indicates because. You just pulled this right out of your ass, dude.
I showed you the Vanderbilt study.
And the Vanderbilt study does not justify.
You think it's nonsense?
Fucking idiot. It doesn't justify your
Why
point. How
not?
many more times do I have to say this?
Why does it not?
I have a question. Are you Christian?
No.
I am. You can ask me your question.
No.
I'm
It
an
was specifically-
ally. I'm an ally of Christianity, but no, I'm not Christian.
Are you religious at all?
Yes, I believe in a spirit world. I believe in a Gnosticism. A Manichaeanism. Yeah.
Do you believe in an all-knowing God?
I believe in an afterlife. I believe in an afterlife.
All right.
I believe in good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No, I was just gonna see, like, if you were Christian, just real quick, because I was gonna ask you a certain question about that.
No, I'm an ally. I'm an ally of Christianity.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, what does that mean?
Okay, I was educated by Jesuits and I was trained by Christian ninjas. So that's why I'm an ally of Christianity.
What's a Christian ninja?
My martial arts organization is Christian.
Oh, you meant a literal. Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you believe that God created the universe?
Yes.
Do you believe that they intentfully made humans the way that they did?
I believe in evolution, but I also believe in a spirit world.
Do you believe that God intentfully made humans' biology in the way that it is?
No, I believe in evolution.
Okay.
The universe was the Earth was created about 4 billion years ago.
Okay. Well,
The
you did bring up
universe about
something.
15 billion.
You did bring up something that was natural earlier, right? And you said, like, what's natural determines what's right, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Well, being gay is natural. Did you know that? Therefore, it's right under your view.
Well, in a sense, yes, that in the animal kingdom and part of genetics that in the animal kingdom being gay exists. I think that's true. That's fair
Okay.
to say,
Therefore,
right?
it's okay under your
I
view.
agree.
Now, let me ask you this question: How are we
No.
glamorizing gay people in a manner in which they shouldn't be?
Drag time story hour.
That has nothing to do with gay
And
people.
saying T
You
women are-
understand that straight people can do drag?
Okay. What is a drag queen, Parker?
So someone engaging in drag would be, like, for example, a man dressing up as a woman.
It has nothing to do with homosexuality. Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
No?
It's a
Okay.
performance, dude. That has nothing to do with specifically being gay. There are straight people that engage in drag.
Look, I'm just... Back when I was growing up in the 1980s and 90s, a drag queen is part of the gay community. What the fuck are you talking about?
Wait, I'm sorry. You don't know what you don't know what doing drag is, right? Doing drag does not mean you're gay. There are straight people that do drag. Are you denying the existence of straight people that have done drag?
Drag queens are homosexual men.
Okay, so is JD Vance gay?
No.
He's done drag before.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yes.
I'm looking that up.
Really?
Yes. Look up
Wait a
JD
minute,
Vance
really?
doing drag.
What? When?
This is news to me. What?
Well, wait, he does
Oh my
wear eye
gosh.
makeup. Look, I like JD Vance, right? But he does wear eye makeup. Is that... Yeah, he does wear eye makeup, but I...
Oh,
It's
that
not just-
photo.
it's
I
not
saw
just
that
eye
before.
makeup.
I saw that before. How long ago was that?
It doesn't matter. That's him engaging in drag. Under his view, he thinks that JD Vance is gay.
Drag is about a gender expression. Not that I agree with
Dude,
it. but,
Parker,
like,
you actually...
it's not the same as
Parker,
being gay.
Go ahead.
Me?
No, Cooper, what were you saying?
Oh no, well, I was gonna say Parker. Go ahead.
Okay, you want me to talk? I'm a Christian and I don't agree
hold
with
up.
any of it, but being dragged does not make you
Chris,
gay.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Chris. I wanted to hear what he had to say real quick. Cooper, what were you saying?
Well, I was actually going to say, Parker, very few people can pull off a mustache. You actually look good in it.
What type of pivot was that? Chris, go for it. Oh my God, what type of pivot was that?
Oh, you want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead, Carissa.
Oh, well, personally, I don't really want to focus on this issue anymore. I think it's been talked about way too long. I thought we were talking about Trump and Kamala.
Okay,
but
yeah, so let him tell us specifically why he thinks that gay people have been glamorized to an extent in which they shouldn't be by the Democratic Party. Because he hasn't mentioned actually
There has been an exponential increase of young people, Gen Zers, who are identifying as gay because the left glamorizes it. Right?
So what you mean by glamorize means is accepting gay people. So because gay people are accepted to a greater extent, more gay people are coming out. That's it. It's not that more gay people exist. It's that more gay people are coming out and telling you that they're gay. That's it. Okay.
Wait. Parker, wait a minute. Approximately 30% of Gen Zers are identifying as some type of gay, right?
Some type of gay. Based, by the way.
Okay.
And I think it's like 20% of our. I don't know where you got 30%. 20% is what I've seen in terms of our generation that's gay.
NBC study says 30%. Pull it up.
Based.
All right. So what do you? I think the percentage is probably about 5 to 10%, right?
What? What are you saying?
Okay, what do you think?
It's 30%, but it's actually 5 to 10%. What?
Because it's 30% because it's being glamorized.
No, you mean accepted. What does glamorized mean?
It means saying that it's a lot better and more appealing than it. Do you know who?
What? No one's saying it's more appealing to be gay than straight. Who said that? Who said that? Who said it's more appealing to be gay than straight? Who said that?
Do you know who Abigail Schreier is?
No, I don't.
She wrote a book called Irreversible Damage. You want to pull it up?
No, I don't even know what this is. Now, let's talk about this. So, under your definition of glamorized, would you say that straight people glamorize being straight?
It's just normal, Parker.
No, it's also normal to be gay too. You know that, right?
It occurs, but it's much less common. But the left.
Wait, I have a question. Is it normal? Is it normal to have hazel eyes?
Yes.
Okay, what is more prevalent, having hazel eyes or being gay?
Being
gay.
Hazel eyes.
Being gay is more common than having hazel eyes.
Well, hazel eyes will be primarily for white people, right?
Hazel eyes make up, I'm pretty sure it's 3% of the population. I have hazel eyes.
Okay. Hazel eyes are primarily for white people, right? White people have hazel.
No, their hazel eyes are.
Oh wait,
I don't.
Is race a social construct?
Can I please finish? Hazel eyes specifically exist amongst all communities of people, right? That is the case. So if you want to talk about hazel eyes, small percentage of the population have hazel eyes. That doesn't mean it's not normal to have hazel eyes. It's still normal to have hazel eyes. Okay, can you acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll go back to what you mean by glamorized, because under your definition of glamorized, it's also glamorized to be straight, under your perspective. Because being it's actually glamorized to a greater extent under your perspective, because there's more heteronormative notions.
Straight is just normal.
What do you mean by also being gay is normal? Because what you mean by normal is also applicable to being gay.
All I'm trying to tell you is I think the percentage of people who would normally be gay is about 7 to 10%, but Gen Zers are about 30 because the left glamorizes it. That's all I'm trying to say.
Hey,
and it has to do with culture.
Hey, dude, can you choose to be gay?
Yes.
Okay, could you choose right now to be gay?
Yes.
Okay, choose to find me sexually attractive right now.
Again, we have to go for. Are we talking about attraction or action?
Wait, no. Choose to do it right now, and then tell me that you find me sexually attractive. I just need to make sure that it's your choice.
I don't find you sexually attractive. I've never been with a man.
Then choose to do it. Choose to do it. Choose to do it, and then tell me that you did.
What about prison, Parker?
Hold up. Stop. Choose to do it, and then
What
tell
about
me that it
prison?
is. Can you answer my question? If not, I'll kick you from the stream. Choose to do it right now, right? And then tell me you've done it.
I won't choose to do it because I'm not
Why
attracted
not?
to you.
Wait, no,
I'm
but you
not
could.
attracted-
Can I say this from my perspective?
I'm
Wait,
not
but,
attracted to you.
before you do, but you could choose to do it, right?
If I was raised from
What?
childhood,
No. Don't say if. You said it's a choice. Choose to do it right now, buddy.
I can't. Don't find you.
So it's not a choice, bud.
I think it's a choice for some people.
Oh, okay. Only for some people. So who gets the superpower?
Just telling you that the culture and the environment.
Wait, no. Just let me know. Who gets the superpower? How come you can't do it, but other people can? Who gets the superpower?
Okay, so wait. Could we talk about prison?
Wait, was it a choice for them to get the superpower?
What do you mean by superpower?
Well, you said that they have the ability to choose, right? You don't have the ability to choose. They do. Did they choose that ability to choose? It doesn't sound like they did. It sounds like they have the attractions, and they didn't choose that.
You didn't answer my question earlier. I have affairs with married women. Is that a choice?
We already answered this question.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
a
not
choice.
attraction, though. I'm talking about the attraction.
That's not attraction?
Yes, it is. Being gay is an attraction.
I'm attracted. We are the married women and me, we're attracted to each other. So how is it not a choice?
You're talking about the intercourse, right? Intercourse is a choice when it's consensual, right? Having an attraction towards women, in your sense, is not a choice. You didn't choose to find attraction towards women. You just happened to.
Yes, I agree with you. You're right.
Okay, you just
You're right.
conceded. You just conceded.
I'm just trying to tell you.
So then young people are not choosing to be gay because it's quote unquote glamorized. They happen to be gay, and they're just telling you that they're gay. That's it.
I just think the attraction might come from other places other than genetic, like environment, like ancient Greece, and culture like ancient Greece, and like environment. Do you think, does being essayed as a child have anything to do with it?
You just keep saying the same thing. I'm kicking you now because we've already talked about this, already had this conversation, and you just did the same fucking bullshit we've already disputed already. What a waste of my time, dude. What an absolute waste of my time. Carissa, you got anything else?
Well, I was going to talk about his book that he was talking about, the Abigail Schreier book, but I guess I don't need to anymore because he's gone.
Go ahead.
I had a lot that I was going to say, but, honestly, I do have a overdue midterm in my ethics class on moral absolutism, and I probably should get to that. But to y'all in the comments, that's crazy. I'm literally in the middle of reading The Handmaid's Tale. I just want you to know that. But I'm going to hop off. But thank you for your time. It was a good debate.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Sadie, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Sadie. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Rhiannon, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much, Rhiannon. Aaron, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Jalen, thank you so much for the $4.20. I definitely do. Nicholas, thank you so much for the $20. Blair with the $50. Thank you so much, Blair. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for I'm a lesbian. And I knew when I was 5 years old. I grew up in a nuclear household and was never essayed. The greatest creation of gay kids is straight parents. Tyler, thank you so much for the $25. Again, thank you so much, Tyler. Really appreciate it. Christian, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Chels, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Hook, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me catch up on YouTube as well, and then we're going to go on to the next person real quick. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It seriously really helps push it out to more people. Like that stream right now. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. Again, everyone, I would really, really, really appreciate if you like the stream. Tiff, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Valentine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Absolutely, absolutely. That's exactly the point that I was going to make. Jocelyn, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. Thank you. Coral, thank you for the $2. Anthony, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I know it's been bad today. Julie, thank you so much for the $2. Carl, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Carl. Jocelyn, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Grateful with the $7. Willie with the $50. Give me some W's for Willie in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Willie. I really appreciate it. Coral, thank you for the $10. Grateful with the $4.20. Coral with the $10. Joe with the $10. Jamar, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Ali, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. A Bad Dog, thank you for the $2. Thank you. DOG, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only set a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. I think right now we have 1,700 likes. Let's try to get to 3,000. I would really, really, really appreciate everyone. We got like two more conversations maximum, everyone. If you're on YouTube, make sure to subscribe if you have not already. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey Parker, how you doing?
How old are you?
I am 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hold on, give me a sec. I didn't think you were gonna pick on me.
What's up?
Yes,
Do you support
indeed.
Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Again, let me just sit down real quick. I would say support mainly because of how serious indeed he tends to take the position of presidency, as opposed to other of his candidates who don't seem to really understand really what it takes to be president.
Okay, what has he done that shows that he takes it seriously, and what has Kamala Harris done that shows that she doesn't take it seriously?
Well, I would say at the moment it is indeed taking Trump some time to get some things fixed, because unfortunately Biden did have to ruin things. But during his 2016 through his 2017 and 2021 presidency, you know, there was keeping us safe, no new wars, keeping the border strong, you know, stuff like that.
So you agree the border was strong in Trump's first admin?
I'd say so.
Trump inherited in his next term, this term right now, a strong border, because it was the case that there were lower levels of border crossings on a daily average at the end of Biden's administration than the end of Trump's first administration. No new wars. How's that going for this administration? And then how did Biden ruin things?
Well, before we get to that, I do want to talk about the border thing, the immigrations. I do want to say that Trump is.
Can you address what I said, and then we can go to that?
Okay. What'd you say? What was it?
Biden. How did Biden ruin things?
Well, I'd say Biden ruined things by becoming president. You know, he's way too old. He was like in his 80s. He stuttered a lot.
He has a stutter. Trump is also going to be in his 80s.
Well, Trump so far is doing better.
And Biden with what? What is he doing? You said Biden ruined things. Actually, tell me, what did Biden do to ruin things? You just said being in office. That's not doing something to ruin things.
Well, I'm getting to that. I also will say it's taken some time. Being president isn't the easiest job in the world. You know, probably one of the most hardest. And Biden, I'd say, just wasn't fit for office, and you know he'd be making a lot of poor decisions because of his old age.
Like what?
And like what? Well, not securing the border properly, not having a lot of peace deals between other foreign nations.
Not securing the border. What is securing the border? We already went over that it was secure when Biden got in office. When Trump got in office, so it was already secure.
Do you think the border was really secure during Biden's presidency?
At the end of Biden's administration, there were lower levels of border crossings than the end of Trump's first admin. Based upon that definition, it would be secure, given that you considered his first admin secure.
Since we're on the whole thing of borders, I do want to say that Trump has deported less Mexicans as opposed to other former presidents there, you know?
It's because it's only been 8 months. And also, why do you only say people who are Mexican?
I didn't say that.
You did. You just said Mexicans.
No, I said opposed to other presidents, not Mexicans. Okay, other presidents deported way more. All right,
Wait,
Obama
didn't you just say
deported,
you just did? You
Obama-
did just say Mexicans.
I did not say Mexicans. I would.
Yes, you did. I can play back the audio of you saying it.
Well, we'll get to that. Obama deported 12 million. 12 million.
No, don't just say we'll get back there. Can you address what I said, please?
Yeah. All right, can you repeat it? I guess. All right. All right. You gonna? I do want to say I am a fan, Parker.
Biden got in office. Or when Trump got in office, so it was already secure.
Do you think the border was really secure during Biden's presidency?
At the end of Biden's administration, there were lower levels of border crossings than the end of Trump's first admin. Based upon that definition, it would be secure, given that you considered his first admin secure.
Since we're on the whole thing of borders, I do want to say that Trump has deported less Mexicans as opposed to other.
He left, by the way. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. Linktree in the bio, as always, or in the pinned comment on my YouTube, everyone. By the way, everyone, I would really appreciate if everyone goes and checks out my YouTube short that I posted today. I would really, really, really appreciate it. It would mean a lot. It would mean a lot. Tori, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Tori. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Tori in the comment section right now? Nina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Cooper with the $10 as well. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Najia, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said there's a short film on YouTube called Where Being Gay is the Normal and Being Straight is a Minority. Definitely think everyone should watch it. It will give people a whole new perspective on how gay people are treated. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's great. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's right now in the comment section for Najia? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, as always. It's always good to see you. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? By the way, everyone, tomorrow I should be alive early on at 9 a.m. tomorrow. That's when I should be live, just letting everyone know. Just letting everyone know I should be live at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Uh, 9 a.m. Pacific time, just letting everyone know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. This will probably be the last conversation, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. It's also in the pinned comment of the YouTube. Let's go on to the last person for today. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to at least 2,000 likes, everybody. Let's try to get to 3,000. I don't know if we'll be able to, but let's try to get to 3,000. I would really, really, really appreciate it, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to this next person real quick. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Alrighty, alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
August.
Okay. Why would you support Trump?
I support. Well, actually, I have a few points. I support Trump. Well, I don't think there's really been any change in border. It's just as secure as it was whenever Biden was in office as it is as Trump. There's really no difference between the border. It's not really changed. Nothing's really changed. I would just say, as a Trump supporter, I think he's put us into more wars than we've had in the past with other presidents. And I just want to give another good point to the Democrats is JFK was also a good president. He was Democrat.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's a good president.
How is he a good president?
He's good in foreign relations. He has a good relationship with other country. He's a good president. Huh?
He has worse relations with other countries. One, because of tariffs. Two, because of his public confidence. If you look at the public confidence amongst a bunch of different countries around the world, he actually has lower confidence in terms of what they think they will do for the best of the country.
Okay,
I can show you from Pew Research if you'd like.
Tell me, except for Russia, China, North Korea, tell me some countries that he has bad relationships with.
For example, I got you right here. His approval rating in terms of what's it called? Let me pull this up. The 24 country median is 34% confidence in that he will do the right thing for the world.
Oh, shit.
And that's a 24 country median. That's including Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Turkey, Israel, Australia, South Korea, Indonesia, Japan, India, Sweden, Germany, Spain, France, the Netherlands, Italy, Poland, Greece, the UK, Hungary, and Canada.
So basically, I will say this. He's selfish. He only cares about if you're going to be a president of a country and you want people to like you, you have to have a good heart towards other countries. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, and Trump clearly doesn't. So can you tell me?
Yes, he does.
Okay, tell me why you think that.
Dude, we're not at war with Russia, are we?
He currently right now he's switched his
office.
view to being full pro Ukraine. He said that they can take back the entirety of Ukraine that existed prior. So he thinks that they're going to get back Crimea.
Who?
So
Ukraine's going to get back Crimea?
That's what Trump said. Trump is now full pro Ukraine.
Yeah, because we started sending supplies back to them.
So he acknowledged that he was wrong.
He wasn't wrong.
He himself acknowledged that he was wrong.
Crimea has really never been Russia's. It's always been Ukraine's. That's Ukrainian land.
It was taken over by Russia. It was annexed by Russia.
But fuck Russia.
Exactly. And Trump wasn't saying that prior. He was saying that he could get a deal done with Putin, but he clearly didn't.
But
he got caught by Putin and then realized that he has to uphold Ukraine.
But we're all humans, are we not? We all disagree on different things. Maybe he doesn't have the same views on things that we do. Maybe he doesn't feel the same way about different presidents that we do.
He said since he's looked into the issue that he's changed his mind and he now realized that he can get back the entirety of Ukraine.
He's going to get it back. Go Trump. Trump 2028. Vance 2028. Fuck Biden. Fuck Kamala.
Kamala. Can you give me like 2 Trump halls? Okay, he just said that and left. Okay. We're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, my bad. I didn't mean to join this.
You're good. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Jamie, thank you so much for the $8. Thank you so much. This is going to be the last conversation, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are, again, just looking for some debates. Preston, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. Nina, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go on to this last person for the day, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are simply just looking for some debates, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What
January
month?
21st.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why so?
Well, first off, I'd like to say that, Parker, you're so fine, and I want you to spit in my mouth.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. What's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
0502-2006.
0502-2006. Wouldn't you be 20?
No, I'm 19.
What? I'm pretty sure that would be 20, right? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. What's up? How old are you? She said 06. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I apologize. What was their name again? I'll bring them back up. I thought they said 05. They did say 05, didn't they? We're going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. What's up? How old are you? How old are you? Jamie, thank you so much for the $8. Thank you so much. This is going to be the last conversation, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the screen, everyone. We are, again, just looking for some debates. Preston, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much. Nina, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go on to this last person for the day, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are simply just looking for some debates, everybody. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year? Oh, that was the other person. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna remember. I'll look at it later. I don't give a fuck. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God, why is it taking so long to get to that? Okay, I feel like I have like no guest request right now. If I can't get a guest request in the next 3 people that I'm trying, I'm going to get off for tonight. So please do not send a guest request unless you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. I'm going to get off if I don't get it in the next 3 people. So please get out of the guest request right now unless you meet that set of criteria. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
August.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why so?
I like his foreign policy and I like his immigration policy.
Okay. What foreign policy? What immigration policy?
Or not foreign policy, foreign relations. My bad. My fault.
What foreign relations and what immigration policy?
I think that a lot of people think that his relationship with Putin is very negative. I think that repairing a relationship with Russia would be very good for our country.
He didn't do that. He's now full pro-Ukraine and said that we can take back the entirety of Ukraine that Russia took.
I did see that.
Okay.
And I also think that what you were saying earlier about his foreign relations, that's polling the public with the 25 country median or whatever.
That's what?
Does that not poll the public? Does that not poll the public's approval rating? But like, what about their leaders who are like kind of forced to respect him?
Well, then that would be true with your candidate, right?
I guess, but I think that Trump gets the point across better.
Okay, how so?
Who's a businessman, and that is powerful in negotiations. Obviously, that is a leg up on most others. I think.
How'd that work with Russia and Ukraine?
We haven't seen that fully pan out yet. He's only been in office for 8 months. There was 4 years of that war going on under Biden-Harris.
Yeah, so he said he was going to get it done in day one, right?
Okay, I think everybody knew that was unrealistic.
Okay, so obviously he said now that he isn't going to get negotiations and that he wants to take back the entirety of Ukraine. So that's not negotiating.
I think that's completely just a play to get Putin to the table.
We're also less likely to negotiate because it is the case that we actually have tariffs implemented. So tariffs will reduce the likelihood of them actually meaningfully wanting to negotiate with us.
Tariffs do the complete opposite of that. That's like what Trump uses tariffs for, as a negotiation tool.
I understand, but that's not a good negotiation tool. It doesn't actually bring them to the table to actually negotiate because it's a threat. If your friend threatens you, would you be more or less likely to truly negotiate with them?
I mean, if they're my friend, I'd probably be equally as likely because I know that they're not actually going to do anything.
If they threaten you, you're less likely to work with them.
I mean, if they're my friend, no.
If they're your friend and they're threatening you, you'll be less. In general, in general, if someone threatens you, you're less likely to work with them.
Yeah, I will agree with that.
Okay, okay, that's the point.
I don't see the point.
That was the point.
You said
general, if you threaten someone, they are less likely.
Goalpost.
In general, if you threaten someone, they're less likely to engage with you. Donald Trump is threatening people in general with tariffs, therefore they're less likely to engage with us, right?
Not necessarily, no. I think that they have been engaging with us.
Okay. Work with us. Sorry.
I think that multiple countries have been working with us. We've gotten a good amount of frameworks.
Did you hear what I said? That's not what I said. I said they're less likely to work with us. You already agreed that in general...
Based on what has actually happened, that's just not the case. They're clearly equally as likely.
No. Our European allies, for example, are less likely to meaningfully engage with us because they're boycotting our products right now. Like, for example, Canada is boycotting American products because it is the case that they don't like the current types of relations with the United States right now because we were threatening them.
I think that other countries have been, like, you're pointing out, you're cherry picking the countries that haven't done anything. Like, we brought China to the country. Like, we have frameworks up for new trade deals.
China's less likely to engage with us because of the trade war.
They've actively been engaging with us.
Let me rephrase.
Like, you say they're less likely when they're actively doing it. How are they less likely if they are doing it?
Let me rephrase. Work with us. That's what I meant to say. They are
China
less
is
likely
working
to
with
work
us.
with us. No,
we have frameworks for rare materials deal with them, do we not?
So they are less likely to work with us, not only from a federal standpoint in terms of our government, but they're less likely to work with us in terms of trade negotiations and trade in general, because it is the case that the consumer market is affected by the tariffs. Does that make sense? They are less likely to negotiate with American.
Stuff actively going on.
Holy shit! They are less likely to work with us in terms of trade negotiations, right? In terms of the consumer market, trading with our consumer market, because their suppliers trading with our consumers and our consumers trading with their suppliers, because of the tariffs being imposed and reducing trade. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense in theory, but in practice, it's not what's happened.
In practice, there is reduction in trade. What are you talking about?
In the
Tariffs
long term,
reduce
that's
trade.
not gonna be the case. We're in the first 8 months of the presidency.
Wait, I'm sorry.
But in the long term, it's not gonna be
what
the
is a
case.
tariff?
What is a tariff? It is a... Fuck. I don't have the exact definition. It's essentially when they send shit to us, they essentially pay a percentage extra.
No,
right?
no. So it's a tax on an imported good. Who pays that tax? The American business importing the product. And it's passed down to the American consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. It is not paid by the foreign country.
When we put a tariff on a country, we pay them more money. We pay another country more money than we put a tariff on them.
No. We put a tariff on a country and our companies pay the tariff to our government.
That is just not...
Yes, it is. What are you talking about? You just swiped out of the app. I can't hear you. That is what a tariff is. You have to swipe back into the app for me to be able to hear you.
Yeah, no, I looked it up. I was wrong. You got me there. I'm not going to sit here and die on a hill that there's no reason dying on.
Okay. All right. So you agree with me that they're less likely to engage in trade with us because it is the case that we've imposed the tariff. No, in reality.
In the consumer market, yeah, but not in the sense of creating trade deals between, like, we have frameworks up. Like, I'm confused.
Wait, not only is it less likely to create trade deals amongst different types of countries, but from a consumer to supplier basis, on an individual basis within the context of the market, it is less likely that you are going to trade with someone from that country because there's a tariff imposed.
Okay, but we're actively trading with other countries still.
But
we are actively creating new trade deals that are more beneficial for our country.
At a lesser rate.
I think that the trade deals we were making before were way less beneficial for our country. I think that getting better deals.
So give me an example of a trade deal that was worse.
I don't have any exact examples for you right now. I'm not gonna lie.
So how do you know that how do you know that trade has got better if you don't even know the previous trade deals?
Because I know that those tariffs are a threat to other countries. It scares them. They get worried. Because it's honestly
reduced trade with the United States because the tariff is imposed and it puts a higher price on the consumer products to the American consumers.
And their economy shrinks.
Both of our economies shrink.
Okay, and if they don't want their economy, like our economy shrinking is way less consequential than somebody's smaller economy shrinking. They will be closer to collapse. We're chilling.
You don't want us or our allies to collapse. That's ridiculous. And no, we're not
they won't
chilling.
Collapse. I don't want them to collapse.
It will be more expensive for American. It will be more expensive for American consumers.
In the long run, I just think it'll be better for our country.
In the long run, it'll be more expensive. GDP will be lower. That's a reality.
All right. Agree to disagree.
There is no agree to disagree. That's a reality.
It's just not. You're like
it is. That's how tariffs
making it
work.
too black and white here.
No, I'm just telling you how tariffs work as someone with an economics degree.
All right. I guess you're educated.
Can you name one economic policy of Trump's that you like?
One economic policy of Trump's. I didn't bring up his economics.
Tariffs are economics, you dumbass.
Okay, then I like the tariffs. I mean, I was just kind of talking about how I like them.
Okay. So again, if we're talking about tariffs, again, the tariffs have been bad, and we just showed you how it's worse for GDP and it's worse for inflation.
You didn't show me. You just said it. Like, why should I believe you?
I explained to you the process. I'll explain to you even further. Do you think tariffs increase domestic production?
Increase domestic production? I think they can in the long run, yes.
How so?
It will pressure companies to relocate.
By doing what?
By making them make less money. Because they're going to slow down trade with the U.S. and make less money. It'll bleed them.
No, I'll explain to you. They make the consumer products more expensive to American consumers for buying goods from other countries around the world. That's why. So it incentivizes them to buy American-made goods. But it relies on the increase in the cost of products from coming from countries around the world. So do you realize that it is necessary for tariffs to increase prices, right, in order for it to produce a increase in domestic production?
Do I think it's necessary?
Yeah.
Through the construct that you've explained, I guess it would be. Yeah.
Okay, so then why do you support tariffs given that they're going to increase your cost of goods? Do you want to pay more at the grocery store?
If it means I end up paying less in taxes, yeah, and that's where
That means
this
you'll
is
literally pay
allegedly
more
going.
in taxes. A tariff
No,
is
that's
a
where
tax.
it's allegedly going. Is it not? Does he not
Oh my
want to
God,
drop the income tax?
A tariff is a tax, meaning that it's going to increase your taxes. One. Two, as it relates to this, it's going to increase your taxes because you make less money than $400,000 a year. If you make less money than $400,000 a year, you will have higher taxes under Trump's admin comparative to Harris's, because under $400,000 a year, right, you were going to keep the same tax cuts under the Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration. It's just under the Trump administration, there's an extra imposed tariffs on top of it.
See, what if I told you I make $400,001 every year?
Then you'd only be taxed higher on $1.
Sounds good to me.
And if anything, you would pay more because of the tariffs, because tariffs would cause you to pay more. Actually, you'd even pay more taxes then.
So wait, we're taxing the rich?
Yes, that's what we're doing.
Whoa, that sounds like a good thing. That sounds like a great thing for
Yeah,
taxing
that's what
the rich.
I said. That's what we're doing. Yes.
Who's we? Donald
The
Trump?
Democrats, you idiot.
I don't think that's happening.
Yes,
because you said that tariffs
Democrats
are
wanted
another...
to increase taxes on income earners over $400,000 a year, on income over $400K.
Yeah, but you just said that tariffs are like another tax. So if rich people buy more stuff, meaning that they just probably pay more. Realistically, that's another tax.
It's disproportionately less of their income. So if you replace income tax with tariffs, you're shifting the burden of taxation, because income tax is progressive, meaning the more you make, the more in taxes you pay, right, as a percentage of your income. Regressive taxes have a negative impact on lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. That's why it's a regressive tax. Because people who are lower and middle income will pay a greater proportion of their income in taxes, given that there's an increase in the cost of consumer products.
Sounds to me like an extra tax on the rich. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Did you hear anything I just said?
Yeah,
are you? Was that a purposeful rage bait?
No, it wasn't. I don't do that. I don't do that.
That was totally a purposeful rage bait.
I don't do that. I don't do that. I don't do that.
You were just doing that.
I wasn't doing that.
You just were.
That's a baseless claim.
I can
Genuinely
see
baseless claim.
I can see a rage bait from a mile away.
I don't know. I wasn't rage baiting, if I remember. I think I was being honest.
If you don't acknowledge reality right now, I'll kick you. Don't lie.
That's pretty authoritarian. I'm not gonna lie.
No shit.
That's an authoritarian thing to do.
Cope.
That's pretty fascist.
Define fascism.
Define fascism? I mean, a massive part of it is taking out your political opponents. And like, and in the sense here,
can you answer what is fascism? Define fascism.
A very heavily authoritarian government, often associated with the far right and nationalism.
So literally Trump?
No, I don't think that Trump is very far right at all. If you think Trump is far right, I don't think you know what the actual far right is.
I think that Donald Trump is extreme right. Yeah.
I don't know the regulations on here, but do you think he's a NAZI?
I wouldn't classify him as an NAZI, but I would say that he's a fascist.
How so?
Because he meets the 14 characteristics of fascism. Would you like me to define?
Which are?
I got you. First one is powerful and continuing nationalism. Do you agree that that one's applicable?
Not necessarily. How do you think it is?
I got you.
Because I'm willing to hear you out here.
What's up?
I'm willing to hear you out here. I haven't heard this whole 14 things of fascism or whatnot.
Yeah, it says fascist regimes tend to make constant use of patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, and other paraphernalia. Flags are seen everywhere as are flag symbols on clothing and public displays.
I think that both political parties often fall into that.
regardless of whether or not you think that that's one of the characteristics. Just because you meet
Yeah,
one
no,
of the
I will
characteristics,
acknowledge that is one. Yeah.
just because you meet one of the characteristics does not mean you're a fascist. It's the combination of all of them.
Yeah.
And you don't have to hit every single one. You just have to hit most of them. Number 2, disdain for the recognition of human rights. He undermines people's due process rights. That's a disdain for the recognition of human rights. He calls for executions, the death penalty for those that specifically that are drug dealers. He also wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. Those are all a disdain for the recognition of human rights. Identification of enemies / scapegoats as a unifying cause.
So
Go ahead.
with burning the flag, do you think free speech is a human right or a U.S. citizen right?
I think it's a human right.
Well, you got to talk to like 90% of the world about that one.
Just because some places around the world disagree with it being a human right doesn't mean that I do not think it's a human right.
I acknowledge that. I just don't necessarily think that. Like, I think it should be, but I don't think it necessarily
Okay, that's
is.
what
Like,
I'm
treated
saying. So, do you agree with me
I don't
that
think
it
it's
should be
treated as
considered a
one.
human right?
Yeah, but I don't think it's treated as one. So, like in our society, so like our American.
So, by the way, a disdain for the recognition of human rights would be what you consider should be a right. So that's what it is. Emily, thank you for the $10. I'm going to go to the next one. Identification of enemies / scapegoats as a unifying cause. Right? It says the people are rallied into a unifying patriotic frenzy over the need to eliminate a perceived common threat or foe, racial, ethnic, or religious minorities, liberals, communists, socialists, terrorists, etc. Trump definitely meets that criteria in terms of liberals, communists, socialists, along with terrorists, along with the idea that he specifically does so in terms of religious minorities, in terms of wanting to do a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. He also specifically does so in terms of undocumented immigrants and trans people. Number 4, supremacy of the military. That one's already blatantly obvious. Of course, he believes in supremacy of the military. Number 5 is rampant sexism. I don't even need to define that. Donald Trump's clearly a sexist. Number 6, controlled mass media. If he wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag and calls media organizations illegal, that meets the criteria of controlled mass media. He also said recently that if he could make TikTok 100% MAGA, he would. That's literally controlled mass media. Obsession with national security. That one's not even needed to be explained. That one's obviously true.
Wait, what was that one?
Obsession with national security. Trump's clearly obsessed with national security.
Yeah. No, that's bad. That's
religion and government intertwined. Governments in fascist nations.
I don't
tend
think
to
that
use,
Trump is religion and government intertwined.
Listen to this. Religion and governments intertwined. Governments in fascist nations tend to use the most common religion in the nation as a tool to manipulate public opinion. Religious rhetoric and terminology is common from government leaders, even when major tenets of the religion are diametrically opposed to the government's policies or actions.
Well, I kind of guess I walked myself into that one.
That one's applicable to Trump. Corporate power is protected. This one's very obvious. I can explain how it's obvious if you need me to.
I think that's just like an American
Sure,
thing.
you could think that.
I think that a few of these are
Like,
just,
for example,
you can classify
Intel-
them as part of like
Intel?
American politics in general.
Yeah.
I think like a lot of these you can. I think a few of these are just like not applicable because of how common they are in general.
Wait. Some of these are applicable, but that doesn't mean you're a fascist overall. So all of these so far have been applicable to Donald Trump. Let me keep going. Labor power is suppressed. He's undermined labor unions. He's bragged about that with Elon Musk himself. It's obvious that he does that as well. He undermines labor
What was
power.
that one? My bad.
Labor power is suppressed. Because of the
How so?
organizing power of labor is the only real threat to a fascist government, labor and unions are either eliminated entirely or severely suppressed. In the context of the United States, it has been extremely suppressed already, so that was already something that was true. Right? And Donald
How's
Trump
that actively? How's Trump doing it?
What?
What policy is Trump enacting that is hardening down on unions?
Yeah, so I think it's specifically the rhetoric that he engages in. And in terms of policies, I can mention policies that specifically give greater access to power to rich people and corporations by giving them huge contracts and huge, massive tax breaks, and then specifically increasing taxes on the working class by imposing greater tariffs. So that negatively impacts the working class. So that would be a negative impact on labor power.
Yeah, but it was talking more specifically about unions. It's saying that like labor unions are an issue to a fascist government. I don't think
it limits labor.
He's
unions
not busting any unions.
He actually did. He advocated it and bragged about doing it himself with Elon Musk.
What unions? Was it during Doge with NGOs?
I'm just acknowledging that he had acknowledged that. Secondly, we can also acknowledge that he's undermined laborers in the context of in the federal government. He's undermined federal government workers. Like in general, we already know that he's anti-workers' rights to an extreme extent, and that's what he was bragging about with Elon Musk. So, I mean, you could say you disagree with this.
A lot of the federal workers that got fired absolutely deserved it. I'm not gonna lie. A lot of them were sitting there doing absolutely
It sounds like you agree with it.
I don't agree with it. I think that there's a difference between cleaning out people who aren't working. Like if a business walks into the office and everybody's sitting there playing solitaire, people are going to start getting fired for playing solitaire.
Okay, can I just move on and finish explaining this? You could say you disagree with that. We can go back to that one. The next one's disdain for the intellectuals and the arts. I think this one's very obvious, especially with his recent thing, specifically with the context of Tylenol, the elections in 2020, windmills causing whales to die in numbers never seen before, climate change. He said that's a hoax. Those are all true. 12 is obsession with crime and punishment. This one's obvious. He talks about law and order all the time. Number 13 is rampant cronyism and corruption. This one's very obvious. He's extremely corrupt. He went up to the big fossil fuel company, said, if you give me $1 billion in for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts. He dropped his a meme coin. He got a $400 million jet from Qatar. I can keep going. And
I don't think that getting the jet was corrupt. I don't think that any of what you said is really like large
so going up to fossil fuel companies and saying, if you give me
starting a meme coin that he didn't even like rug pull on it or anything, as far as I know. Like,
so the meme coin is a way in which foreign governments can literally send him money by increasing the valuation of his stock. So that's just like another thing. That's definitely cronyism and corruption. And I can keep going like cronyism and corruption. Could you give me an example?
Or it's a way for him to make money.
Could you give me an example of corruption?
I think that like taking bribes is like the number one easiest one.
The jet?
But the jet I don't think that's necessarily a bribe. That's like,
okay, what is a bribe?
Presidents have been given gifts plenty of times.
What is a bribe?
What is a bribe? It is so somebody offers something and then says, if you do this for me, I will give you this. And then the person goes, all right.
So isn't that what Donald Trump did specifically with the context of the campaign? Like with the big fossil fuel companies, one. Two, as it relates to this, if you want to talk about Qatar,
that's just campaign.
You think that there was nothing at all applicable to him specifically getting a $400 million jet? Come on. That's ridiculous.
I think the $400 million jet was not a bribe.
Qatar just gives Trump a $400 million jet for no reason.
Dude, they have quite a bit of money over there. It's kind of some oil and stuff, you know.
Ridiculous assertion from your behalf. This is obvious that he met that. It's obvious that he met that criteria. We can also point to the last one, fraudulent elections. he clearly was claiming fraudulent elections about the 2020 election.
Is claiming fraudulent elections what it is, or is it rigging elections yourself? And I'm not going to say the last.
Donald Trump tried to rig the election, and he claims.
How did he try to rig the election?
He sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election.
Can you say that slower and clearer?
He sent false slates of electors to the Electoral College to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election.
And so why isn't he in jail?
Because it is the case that the law just didn't criminally hold him responsible for it. Because he's president. And it takes time to like hold him accountable in terms of those things. But I mean,
why didn't they hold him accountable when they were holding him accountable for 30
It is a fact that he incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol, and it is a fact that he literally that he did exactly what I just said before. So can you acknowledge?
I think that the violent
false slates of electors.
I think that is a way more complex issue than like Trump didn't go out and be like, all right, we're going to go riot and break into the Capitol, everyone. That's what we're going to do.
He pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers. But here, let's go. Can I finish
and
my point?
Honestly, I'm not a big fan
Can I finish with my point?
Go ahead. Please, go ahead.
Yeah. So he met most of the criteria of the 14 points of fascism. Therefore, it makes sense to call him a fascist.
But you said you have to meet all of them to be a fascist.
No,
and I disagree with
I said you have to meet most of them.
No, you didn't. Because
Yes,
I think
did.
that both political parties oftentimes align with most of those.
No,
I think that
they don't meet
very
with
large
most of
amount of
them.
those are just part of American politics.
Most of them were not met by the Democrats or by Trump. Or I mean, not by Trump. Sorry, by Harris.
Freudian slip right there.
I'm about to kick you just for being stupid. Don't say that. That's stupid. That's obviously not a Freudian slip, you fucking idiot.
All right, I'm sorry.
Do you want to acknowledge that he meets most of the criteria?
I'll acknowledge that he meets like some of it, but once again, I think that
You agreed that he met most of them.
No, I said some of it. Some.
Wait, no, you were agreeing with most of them. The only ones you disputed were literally the cronyism and corruption and the labor power is suppressed. The rest of them you acknowledged.
I think that a few other ones I would just acknowledge as part of American politics, so I wouldn't count them as applicable to any American president. Like, but just like non-applicable.
12 out of 14 is fascism.
Okay, well, I think it is less than that. Like I just said, I think that a majority of those are just part of our government, part of American politics, part of our government's culture, part of how we do things. So I think that some of those just don't really apply in America.
Wait, just saying that like that's how we do things in America is not a defense that this is not fascism, by the way.
I was gonna say, or America is just inherently fascist, but in that sense, it's like okay, like.
Oh my god, what the fuck, dude? Great. Your reposts are disgusting, dude. Get the fuck off my live, bro. What the fuck? Lovey, thank you so much for telling me. That's fucking gross, dude. That's so gross. Thank you for letting me know. That's so disgusting. Jesus Christ, dude. What is going on? Holy fuck. I'm gonna get off for today. That's so fucking crazy. That's so fucking crazy. Alarm, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Alarm. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I actually don't really go on Discord anymore. I haven't really gone on Discord in a while. Emily, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Emily. Jamie, thank you so much for the $8. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jamie. Go to W's for Jamie in the comment section right now. Mark, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Mark. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hammy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Gerardo, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. My whole face, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Click some W's for them in the comment section. It was a racist repost, everyone. I'm not gonna say because I don't want people to have to deal with that, but it was racist. It was fucked up. I'm gonna get off for tonight. Thank you everyone for coming through. I do appreciate everyone coming through for the debates for today. I really appreciate it. Make sure to go over to my YouTube. I would really appreciate it. Parker, get a job on YouTube. I would really appreciate if you go check it out. Jack, thank you for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you. Tomorrow I will be on at what's it called? I will be on at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Alarm, thank you for the $10. You could DM me and I'll check my DMs. Oh, love you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight. I would really appreciate if you go check out my YouTube. I would really appreciate if you go check out my YouTube. And everyone, go check out Erica's stream. Look up Erica_Shantae. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. Erica_Shantae. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love from Parker. Show Erica some love, everybody. Show Erica some love. Erica_Shantae. Spam Parker Raid. Spam love Parker, everyone. I will see everyone tomorrow. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Bye-bye, everyone. I'll see y'all tomorrow, literally here in 12 hours. I'll be on in 12 hours. I love y'all.